So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the day four training of program of ours. I believe everybody is settled and good to go. My audio is reaching to some everybody.
Yes,
Yeah,
good
thank you so
afternoon.
much. Very good afternoon. So as we discussed today, we'll start with our most important functions and formulas. So go to our case studies folder, and there is a file called corporate case studies. And if you remember in day two, we have discussed up to our data visualization, different techniques. So today we'll be starting with the next sheet called lookup. So we are going to start working with the most important functions of our Microsoft Excel, naming called VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. All right. So kindly confirm the same worksheet is opened in front of your screen. Quickly drop me a message in the chat box. Wait for yes. So here, first we are going to work with our formula naming called VLOOKUP. So V stands for vertical. So whenever you are looking for the data and vertically it is there and you are searching from one place to another, or you are looking for the data in two different Excel sheets or two different Excel files, instead of doing the things manually, we have to go and work with our formula called vertical lookup called VLOOKUP. So how it works? Let me have a brief discussion on this. Okay. So those who are not clear what is VLOOKUP, just stay focused. Suppose say, take an example. I have to purchase a laptop. I have seen a lot of brands around my friends, my colleagues, they are using. So I have made a list of brands in a Excel file. And then I kept that file. I went to a vendor and I asked him, whatever the laptops you are dealing with, can you give me a catalog? So vendor has given a catalog having brands and rates over there. So now taking that list or the catalog, which is in a piece of paper, I came back to my workstation and I started working with my data. So what is the job I have right now? Whatever the list I have prepared, the list of brands, those list of brands, whether it is appearing in the vendor's list, if it is there, then the corresponding rate, whatever the amount, I should populate in my rate column. This is the job I have to do. Forget about Excel. If you start doing the job manually, how will you start doing it? So first, we'll be looking at our list. What is the first brand? Acer. Then we'll take the same and we'll start looking at the vendor's catalog. Whether Acer is there? Yes. What is the corresponding rate? 22,000. So having said this, we'll come back to our workstation and we go to that Excel file and we'll go for typing the value 22,000. This is how we'll be doing the job if you start working manually. Do you all agree? The entire process, whatever we discussed from one list, we'll check if it is there, then whichever the necessary column data we are looking for, rate, will be populating over here by simply typing the data. Now, Acer, once we have found out, then we'll go for Apple. Checking that whether again it is there in the vendors list. Yes, Apple is there. How much is the rate? 45,000. So we'll come back over here and we'll update the list by 45,000. So this is how we'll start doing the job one by one. And in fact, there are 8 to 10 number of brands are there. So 8 to 10 times I have to do the same job repetitively. All right. And we don't mind. We don't mind doing the job because this is hardly of 7 to 8 items. Now think a real time situation. You have got 100 material codes. How many? You have 100 material codes in this column, and you need to check what is the stock I have of those material in your stock statement when you have got 1 lakh records. I repeat, 1 lakh 100 material codes stock we need to identify in the stock statement of 1 lakh records. Now, can you do the same job manually by 100 times repeatedly searching the job? It's very tedious process, isn't it? So this is the place where we have to work with our Excel by using the formula called VLOOKUP. So hope you, those who are not clear with VLOOKUP, you got an idea now overall picture what VLOOKUP does? Is it clear theoretically? How to write, I'll help you. Don't worry about it. But what VLOOKUP, what it does exactly, is it clear? Can I take that? So now let's start working with it. Okay. As we discussed, we have started the practice first with our solution array, where to get our formula, then equal to VLOOKUP. What it demands, VLOOKUP is asking for lookup value. What is the meaning by lookup value? What you have with you to search. So we had answer to search. So that's why this is nothing but our lookup value. Now, comma, table array, where to search. So taking as where did you search in the entire list of catalog, whatever the vendor has given. Now this becomes your table array. What is the meaning by table array? Where to search. Now, comma. What is the next thing it is asking? Column index number. COL stands for column index number. Now here we need to focus. What is the meaning by column index number? Just get one step back. Table array case. Can you see the moment you define table array, Excel has applied one border to that area. This is called border. So it is giving a message that in this border area, you have to do your operation. So don't look at our column headers, don't look at our row headers, only just look at that border area. In this border area, how many columns we have? We have got brand, first column, rate, second column. So basically two columns we have. Now, out of this two column, how you read your data? Always left to right. Yes, brand is the leftmost column, number one. Rate is the second column. Now, out of these two columns, which column data is already there with us? Brand is already there with us. What we are looking for? We are looking for rate. And rate is in which column in that border area? Is in the second column. So that is called nothing but my column index number. So how to calculate your column index number? Can I take that? It's clear. Comma. Now it is asking range lookup, true, false, approximate match, exact match, a lot of things, which is really quite confusing. Forget about this. Entire stuffs you forget. Always ensure that VLOOKUP is end up with 0. So what is the significance of typing 0? 0 is nothing but to make it happen as one-to-one match or exact match. Now, what is that one-to-one match or exact match? See, when we are going for 0, the significance of 0 is nothing but the value what we have as lookup value. If it is there in the master data as it is, so this is called one-to-one match. Then only column index number 2 data will be picked up. So here suppose R is missing or here E is missing, then definitely it will not have a one-to-one match and value will not be picked up. So this is the reason why we are giving the condition that is the final one is called 0 for exact match. All right. Now formula is ready only for a cell. As we know, the same we can apply for the entire selected criteria. What is the shortcut? Yes, people, anybody? We discussed already.
Control
Control
enter.
enter. Control enter. Very good. So we got our entire things populated. Now the question is, if you look at our Dell, Samsung, Toshiba, it doesn't pick up the value. Why only in these three cases? Is it not there in the vendor's catalog? Yes, it is there. Then why this particular three cases only it is not picking up the value? Go to the solution and you open the formula, then you realize what is that? When we copy this formula towards down, you can see the vendor's catalog also starts moving down. This is the default nature of Excel we have already seen in day one, day two as well. And what we're supposed to do? We need to log that movement. How to log the movement? The range which is really creating a trouble by moving, we should log that movement. And how to log? By hitting F4 key. So F4 once to log the column and row both, F4 twice only to log the row, F4 thrice only to log the column. This is what we have already seen in our day two date diff formula, the hidden formula to calculate the difference between two setup of dates. And that's what we are going to do over here, nothing much. Now formula is ready, only with one cell, need to apply for rest. Again, control enter. So this is how people we have understood whenever there is a need, how to apply our VLOOKUP formula that is called vertical lookup to search our records and get our data populated. So now give it a try.
Can you
VLOOKUP.
explain that cell locking one? What is the logic behind that?
Okay. Now, if I don't lock it, what was happening? Well, can you see the border area moving?
Mm-hmm.
It was supposed to start with brand, but it is also moving when I keep copying my formula towards down. Similarly, when I go to Samsung, where it starts with, starting from Lenovo, it goes down like this. Can you see that border area?
Yes, yes.
So this is the reason why we have to lock this range. So this range should not move. Though I am looking for Acer or Toshiba, it has to always search starting from brand till 45,000 only. It should not go
Mm.
beyond that. So that's the reason why this border area is creating a trouble and border area is in the maroon color. So this maroon color, exactly the reference, I need to lock it and control
Okay,
enter.
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, sorry, it was not audible.
Should we take the headers also?
Yeah,
Select the headers.
that is optional. That is optional, not mandatory, but I would suggest go for selecting the
Okay,
header.
okay.
So hope everybody is
Sir,
getting the
if
Can
answer.
I share my
Yes.
screen? Can I share my screen just for a minute?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay, okay, just sir, are you able to see it?
Yep.
Okay, so I've taken Acer, that is G4, and
Uh-huh.
now I'm going to select the array from
Uh-huh.
brand till, sorry, okay,
Right.
2 comma 0. It gives me the correct amount here, but when I do this,
Hmm.
it gives me the same amount in the other
Right.
fields as well.
So first of all, go to your view tab, go to your view tab and activate formula bar. Formula bar. No, no,
Mm,
no. Exactly in the so grid lines, headings, formula bar, three options yesterday we are dealing with while working with pivot table. That
yeah,
option is
this,
disabled.
yeah.
Yeah. Now, select your entire array. Select your entire array. Mhm. Then go for VLOOKUP G4 C3 to D13. Okay. So G4, go to the second cell. Go to the Apple one. Apple formula. Yeah. So G5 C4 to D14. So C4 to D14. It's moving. Okay. You are getting all the places exactly the same value. Fine.
Mm,
Let's do one thing. Select the entire array.
okay,
Now C3 to D13. C3 to D13 in the formula you select and go for F4. F4, your function F4, whatever your default keys.
done.
Yeah. Now control enter.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
But so you got it even before doing the locking, cell locking thing. You
Mhm,
got it even before that. How come I
mhm.
didn't get it?
Maybe I have to look into some formatting differences will be there or in the backend, some formula
Mm,
results. I have to check it out.
okay,
Because
okay.
if it is working for all the Excel files throughout all the Excel files, then we have to check the settings. Because sometimes what it happens, even though the cell references are moving, it will be taking a static cell. It will not be making dynamic. So if this is
Okay,
the problem for throughout all the Excel files, then we have to really worry about it. If this is only for this Excel file, don't be worried.
acha, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Yes. Any other queries somebody was having?
Sir, the error is it coming just because we are our starting reference is Acer, which is in uh, row number 4, and the VLOOKUP what we are doing is that their Acer is at cell number 9, so it is picking up ninth cell as the starting point. Is it
No, no,
is
no, no,
that the
no, it's not.
reason?
No, no, it's not like that. See,
Suppose
the
if we
moment.
Sir,
Mhm.
if we place Acer from that VLOOKUP table at the first position in row number 4, then also that error will come.
No, I'm not getting, Mukesh, what you're saying. Could you
Sir,
please share your screen and let me know what is that exactly your confusing point?
sir, is it visible?
Yeah, I can see that.
What I'm saying is our
Hmm.
starting reference point is Acer, right? And we are starting the lookup from here. So what it is doing is it is searching Acer and it is in row number 9. So from here, suppose we are having how many columns? We are having 10 rows. So its starting picking point is Acer. So from here it will go 10 rows down, right?
No, 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 it's not like that. It's not like that.
So what I'm understanding is if Acer was placed here in the place of Samsung, then
Right.
then it would have searched this number of columns only.
No, no, it's not like that. So when you are giving a range, in that range, wherever it is there for the first cell, if you look at, go to the H column, go to the H column formula, H column. Okay. So you just open the formula, F2. Go for F2. Don't go work in the formula bar. So when you go to F2, you can see when you press F2 or function F2,
Okay.
see now, can you see that border area? It is giving a
Hmm.
maroon color border area where it is
Yes.
starting with.
Starting with fourth.
If that is C4.
C4. Yes.
Yeah. So your Acer is there in C9, right?
Okay. Okay.
But your data is starting from C4 only.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Right. Now remove the locking. C4 to D13, you select that maroon color border area in that formula. Yes.
Hmm.
Remove the F4. Just hit F4 another 2 times. One more.
Hmm.
One more. Now it is okay. Now hit enter. Hit enter. Yeah. Now go for dragging the same formula towards down. Go for the second one now.
Yes.
Apple case. Go to the Apple case. Apple formula. Yeah. Go to that 45,000. Open
Hmm.
the formula. Now can you see? It is moving one cell down because your formula you are copying one cell down. That's why the range is also moving by one cell down. Earlier it was looking for Samsung, starting from Samsung, but now it is starting from Dell. Can you see that border area?
Okay.
Yeah. So it is moving along with the formula. So your formula is moving one by one cell down. So it is also moving one by one cell row down over here.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay. So it will I mean keep eliminating the row above the row that where we are looking the where we are putting the formula.
Your active cell where you are defining a formula that is called active cell. If your active cell is one cell down, your range is also
Understood.
moving one cell down.
Understood. If
Yeah,
for example, if compact, if it was placed here, then here also we would have been getting an error.
definitely. You just change the compact
Got it.
position.
Got it. Got it, sir. Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
you're welcome. Fine then. So I believe everybody's clear with our VLOOKUP formula application. Can I take that? Is there still any doubt, any queries?
Sir, so we
You
have
have
to do the cell locking every time we are doing a VLOOKUP, right?
not necessary like that. See, cell locking is necessary when you are going to apply formula for more than one cell, either towards down or towards right.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you are looking for a solution in only one cell, it doesn't need any kind of
It
locking.
doesn't need any. Okay. Okay. But
Right.
if we are doing with lot of reports and all, then we will need to lock in. Because if we
Obviously,
are
because
telling lot.
yeah, ideally you can say because in the real-time cases, we are looking for multiple cases, many more cases, though it is in towards down or towards right, definitely we'll be looking for multiple cases only.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Welcome. Fine then, people. So I believe we all are clear with our VLOOKUP formula applications, the elements, whatever we had in VLOOKUP, lookup value, table array, column index number, and exact match. Why we need to end with our formula for VLOOKUP, we have understood. Now
I have a
we'll
doubt.
go. Yeah, yeah.
So I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
So this is the VLOOKUP array, the first time I have done.
Mhm,
And I have copied the same thing, but the
mhm.
second time it's giving me different values. Whereas
Obviously,
I'm accessing the same value only. It should be
yeah.
the same, right?
You go to
Acer
that
should
I
not be
column.
25.
Oh, 1 minute, 1 minute. In I column, you see the lookup value.
Hmm.
You see the lookup value. Okay. So lookup value, it is showing off C4. So what is
Yeah.
your C4? C4 is nothing but your brand.
Hmm.
So you're not looking for C4, correct?
Okay,
You're
okay.
looking for G4.
G4. Okay, got it, got it. I'm changing my value. That's why it's giving me a different value. Yeah,
Obviously.
yeah. Got it, got it. Thank you.
All right. So now let us people go for the next formula called H lookup. That's called horizontal lookup. When your data is in horizontal format, if it is not in a vertical format, then we have to go for another formula called H lookup, because VLOOKUP only works if your data is there in vertical format. So rest of logics are same, only in place of V, we have to go for H, and in place of column index number, we have to go for row index number. Rest of logics are same. So take a look, same data. The first two row items, what I have selected is nothing but my vendor's catalog. Take an example, same data. Now below to that, you will be finding one row where we have only the laptop brands and corresponding rates we need to populate by looking at our vendor's catalog. So if that is the case, then how to deal with? So let's start working together. So as we discussed, select your solution array where you need to get your answer. Then equal to, take a look what it demands. H lookup, what it demands. Lookup value. Do you remember VLOOKUP was also asking for lookup value? And what we defined over there as lookup value? What we have with us to search. So in our data, what is that we have to search? A sir. So that becomes our lookup value. Hope it is clear. What is lookup value again? Comma. Table array, where to search. As we discussed, the vendor's catalog, starting from brand, you can take it, or you can start from Samsung also, it's fine. So I'm taking from brand and exactly the entire two row items. Now this entire array becomes my table array. Now when I copy this formula towards right, this array will start moving right. Of course, yes. So we know when this problem is going to come, then what we are supposed to do. This array should not move right when I copy this formula towards right.
Lock, lock.
So we have to go for F4. We have to go for F4 once. No movement, neither towards down nor towards right, comma. Now it is asking row index number. We look up what it was asking, column index number. So how to define row index number? Again, go one step back. The border area, how many rows are there? There are two rows starting from brand, row number one, rate, row number two. Don't read by the row headers. Always look at your border area. So out of these two row items, brand is already there with us. So row number one is already there with us. What we are looking for is the row number two. So row index number is nothing but row number two in the border area. Now, comma. What kind of match we have been looking for, as we discussed already for VLOOKUP, what we are supposed to do, how VLOOKUP ends up with 0. Here also HLOOKUP also ends up with 0. 0 stands for nothing but your one-to-one match or exact match. Bracket close, formula is ready only with one cell, but we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut? Control Enter. This is what we discussed already. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, you can go and apply this kind of formula called H lookup, horizontal lookup. So give it a try and check it's working. Any doubt, any questions, you can ask me.
Sir, can you explain it once? I had a network issue. I got logged out. Hello? Hello?
So,
Hello?
hello, able to
Sir,
hear
can
me?
you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
I can
yes.
hear you. See, what we are discussing about when our data is in horizontal format and we have to look into the same, instead of VLOOKUP, we need to go for HLOOKUP. So same
Yes.
logic, whatever like VLOOKUP only, we have to go for HLOOKUP over here. The moment I go for HLOOKUP over here, this demands me lookup value. Like VLOOKUP was asking for lookup value, this also demands me lookup value. So lookup value is nothing but ASER, what we have with us.
Yes.
Now it is asking table array. So where to search in our master data vendors catalog is this over here. Now this array should not move right. When I copy this formula towards right, this array should not move right. So we need to lock it.
Hmm.
So when we know
Yeah.
this problem is going to come, we can lock it. Now comma. This is asking me row index number. VLOOKUP was asking me column index number since my data was in column format or vertical format. So here the data is in row format. So if you look at our table array, how many rows are there? There are two rows. You should
Two.
not read by the row headers. You should confine your limit to the border area. So in this
Hmm.
border area, row number one is brand, row number two is rate. Out of this, brand is already there with us and we are looking for rate. So rate is in which row? Is the second.
Two.
So this is what nothing but your row index number and then comma VLOOKUP, how it
Zero.
was end up with zero. So HLOOKUP also end up with zero. Now control enter, you got your answer. So this is nothing but your HLOOKUP, horizontal
Thank you, sir.
lookup. Yeah. So what is VLOOKUP? What is HLOOKUP? Hope it's clear. All right. Now, the most important part. Though we know how to apply VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP people right now, but we cannot apply wherever we like it. Okay. For that, we have to satisfy certain rules. So whenever you go for application of VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP people, there are three rules you have to always satisfy, which is very, very essential to know. So let me take you through the rules first. So stay focused, please. If you have any confusion, do let me know, or it's not clear, please ask. See, rule number one, VLOOKUP says the data has to be in vertical format. Now the question is which data has to be in vertical format? That we have got two data. One is the master data, which is provided by my vendor, that is called vendor's catalog. And the other one is my data where I'm working with. So which data has to be in vertical format? The vendor's catalog should be in vertical format. Then only VLOOKUP will help us. So this is called VLOOKUP purpose. The data has to be in vertical format. Okay. Similarly, HLOOKUP says the data has to be in horizontal format. Then only I can help you out with regard to the application of the formula. So which data again has to be in horizontal format? The master data or the vendor's catalog where we have to search our records. This data has to be in horizontal format. So rule number one, is it clear? What is vertical format? What is horizontal format of our data? Okay. So master data or vendor's catalog or vendor's list for our case, you can take it. This should be in vertical or horizontal format, respectively for VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP. Now, coming to the next, rule number two. VLOOKUP says there should not be any duplicate where in our vendor's catalog, VC, I'm writing in shorthand, VC means vendor's catalog. There should not be any duplicate. What does it mean? Stay focused. When vendor has given the catalog in brand column, there should not be any duplicate. Like Acer, there should not be more than one time. Samsung should not be there more than one time. Now, what if is there more than one time? VLOOKUP will always pick the first value because VLOOKUP has a default nature. It will always search the data from top to bottom. So whichever it is coming up first, it will treat as a unique data and rest of things are duplicate and that's why it will pick up the first value. So this is the reason why in the brand column, there should not be any duplicate. Rate may be duplicate, no problem. In my list, brand may be duplicate, no issues. But vendor, whatever it is given, the brand column should not contain any duplicate. So this is the same rule goes for our horizontal form lookup also. There should not be any duplicate in the master data or vendor's catalog. So hope rule number two is also clear for everybody. There should not be duplicate. Right. Now, rule number three, VLOOKUP says that the data flow has to be always left to right. The data flow has to be always left to right. What does it mean? Stay focused. See, when I ask my vendor to give a catalog, suppose the vendor has not given the catalog like this, he has given the catalog something like this. What is that? Just so. Then VLOOKUP cannot read our data from right to left. VLOOKUP cannot read the data. You cannot go and give a column index number as 1 because it can't search the data over there. So this is the reason why we have to get our data in this format. So it's not necessary that the rate column has to be immediate right to the brand column. It can be something like this also. No issues, no worries. So while selecting your table array, you should start selecting from brand. Anything before brand, you no need to select, like your serial number, date, anything is there, you no need to select. And when you go for searching the rate, wherever it is there, you have to select up to that column and stop. Anything after rate column also, if it is there, you no need to select. So this is how you should select your table array. And that's called nothing but your data flow has to be always left to right. Similarly, HLOOKUP says the data flow has to be always top to bottom. So what does it mean? See, the moment we ask our vendor, suppose he has given the catalog something like this in this format, then HLOOKUP cannot read our data from bottom to top. So this is the reason why you have to be always careful while receiving the data. All these rules has to be satisfied. Then only you can apply VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP if all the rules are satisfied. So somewhere when you are working with your VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, if you believe it's not working, probably one of the rule is not satisfied. So these rules are very, very essential. Always remember that, people. So anything is not clear from the rule side, do let me know. If you have any confusion or different state of some theory in your mind, you can also clear it.
So it's not possible for us not to have details like this because when the data is coming in, the data might be huge. It might have multiple columns this side and that side. So in that case, what do we do? Should we have to copy the data separately and then apply VLOOKUP?
No, why you are thinking the data? You are not going to take the entire column, right? Whatever the columns you are looking for, that only you are going to take. Correct?
Okay.
Now take an example. Same thing, we'll go for it over here. Now this is what is that we look up? Yeah. See, let's go for a real-time situation over here. This is what our data. Suppose say take an example. I have got PO number, I have got invoice number and invoice amount or PO amount you say,
Yes.
and the date. These are 4 columns. I have the data from customer.
Yes.
And this is my list. Same date is there, amount is there, invoice number is there, and PO number is also there.
Correct.
So what I want to know is in my data, in my data,
Yeah.
whatever the PO numbers are there,
Yeah.
okay. This is the PO numbers I have in my data. This is my
Yeah.
list, our
Correct.
list, okay.
Yeah.
In this, whatever the POs are there, if it is there in the customers,
Yeah.
then what is the amount I want to fetch it over here?
Okay.
Take an example.
Okay.
Then what I'll do, I will consider this as my child document
Mm.
and this is my parent document.
Okay. Correct.
So what I'm going to start with is I'll start with my child document stating is equal to VLOOKUP,
Okay.
taking the PO number,
Mm.
comma, then going to customer data. Where is the PO number? The first column I'll
Okay.
start with.
Okay.
Now suppose say PO number was over here, invoice number was there. So I have to start from this.
Second. Yeah.
Right. So since PO number is the first column, I have to start looking at this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now what I want is the amount column.
Yeah.
So where the amount column is there, till that label I have to select. I don't need to take the date
Okay.
because my requirement is amount.
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah. Correct.
Then I have to select the whole array. I have
Mm.
to select the whole array.
Okay.
Now this array, if you look at, I need to lock it. Do you
Okay.
agree?
Yes. Correct. Yeah.
Now, comma, in this array, how many columns are there? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Now you can ask me a question, Prabhas, how do I remember? Here only 3 columns I can remember, but I have got 10 columns.
Mm.
How would I remember? Do I need to count? No. So in this case, what you need to do while selecting your table array, just see, stay
Mm.
focused. While selecting your table array, can you see how many rows, how many columns it is displaying? 1 row, 3 columns.
Yes. Correct. Yeah.
So you need to remember that. So I have the data in third column.
Okay.
So I need to lock it, comma 3, comma 0 for
Oh.
exact match. Now the moment you go and hit enter, this is giving the record. So this PO number 927010 is not there.
Mm.
Okay. So
Okay.
wherever it is there, the data has picked up. So let's go and check it out. This PO number 927010. Is
Yeah.
it there in my customers PO numbers list? Let's go and check it out. So how to check? You can go for a simple filter and here you can go for searching the same. So when you go for 927 is there something, there's no such kind of data over here. 010 is not there. So you can
Yeah.
paste it.
Okay.
Okay.
Got
So
it.
this
Got
is
it.
how you should cross check. And when you want to compare the records, when you want to do the reconciliation activity also,
Yeah.
you can use this kind of VLOOKUP formula.
Okay. If the list is long, say around say 50,000 records, how will we just do a control A should do, or
No, no,
in
no,
this
no, no.
case?
You have to see here also. How did I select? I just took the cursor in my first cell.
Yeah.
Then I have used shift and right arrow key to move towards right.
Yeah.
Then shift control down arrow key to move towards down.
Okay. Okay.
You have to do it.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So now I believe
So
now we,
This is
yeah,
exactly what I
what is the
needed.
keyboard shortcut for VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP?
keyboard shortcut. I didn't
Yeah,
get
if
you.
I instead of writing this, so one is typing this formula, the
Mhm.
other is you can. Is there a keyboard shortcut for this to open a VLOOKUP dialog box instead of typing it? So usually, how I do it, I go to formulas and I open the VLOOKUP table in which I put the details.
Like this, you mean to say?
Yes, yes. I
Okay.
usually, because I find it more comfortable. But now with what I've learned here, it will be better to type out. But in case I am doing this, how to open this dialog box with a shortcut, key
Right.
shortcut?
You
Yeah.
can do one thing. You can go for equal to, there's a fx over here.
Right.
Okay. You can go for this, the same dialog box opens. This is with the help of mouse.
Oh,
Else, you can
huh.
go for equal to and go for Shift F3.
Shift
Shift
F3.
F3. So this will
Oh,
be also opening for insert function. I don't recommend this. See, this option was helpful when we were working with the old version of or the earlier versions of Microsoft Excel 2003 and prior to that.
mhm,
So those people who are trained in that version, they are comfortable and they pass on the same message to the other user. But we
mhm.
are now in the advanced version. It is not needed even because if you go for this again, you have to go and search VLOOKUP and all those
Yeah.
things,
Yeah.
and you have
Right.
to then look at the parameters, and sometimes the inputs are not mandatory, it might be optional, but you have to fill it up. But how to fill it up again, if you do not know, you are not clear, it will be a problem. So this
Mhm.
is the reason why I don't go for this approach. I always follow this approach. Read the
Fine.
element, try to understand what is it and how to fill it up. That is the
Okay.
best way to learn.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no problem. All right. So I believe everybody's clear with our basic operations of our VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP rules, how to apply this. Any questions from anybody? All right. So there must have a question from your side. Since you did not ask me, I will take it further. You can see. The moment we have gone for VLOOKUP formula, kindly stay focused on my screen. Lookup value, I have given table array, I have given column index number, I have given. Here I told you ignore everything, go for exact match. Did you remember? We have gone for this. Then if I am supposed to always go only for exact match, then what is the use of this approximate match? Nobody has asked me. Then if it is having no use, then we look up why it has been designed the functions like this. And if there is an option where to use this, that should be your question. But you did not ask me. So now I am asking to you. Do let me know. What does it mean? Hope it is clear what I'm up to.
So sorry, what is the question?
The question is when we discussed about VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP formula, I was telling you end of the formula with exact match. That is called zero,
Correct.
right? There was another option called approximate match. What does it mean?
Range.
What kind of range? Where to apply? Can you give me a scenario?
I've not exactly used it, but when we say it's an approximate match, we would use it to have a range. For example, if I'm having data between 0 to 10, that kind of scenario, I believe we use this. I've not used it, but that is what I understood.
Okay. So theoretically, or taking the dictionary words, we believe this is what the operation, and we can use the approximate match over there,
Yeah,
isn't it?
correct, correct.
But if I go for this, then how to apply this over here? Take an example. I'm taking you through another scenario. Go to another sheet naming called VLOOKUP approximate. Okay. Now go to that data. Let me take you through what we have with us. See, we have got the employee names. We have done some assessment. We got the ratings of those employees. And now we need to declare the grades. So the grading system purpose, my management has given me a circular stating that Prabhas, this is what the circular I'm sending it across to you. Kindly fill the grades of those employees. So take an example. If suppose somebody is scoring 3.5, the rating is 3.5, which bucket it is going to fall? What should be the grade for 3.5?
Should be D.
Should be D. Like if it is for 3.9, what should be the grade?
C.
Grade C. So this is how I need to fill this up. Okay, this is my job. Now, how will I do that? If you were in my place,
I use the VLOOKUP the same way that we did for the others. Only difference being that we will give the last one as, yeah,
Last one, what?
Will not be zero, but it will be false. Sorry, true. That is
True.
one.
One. Okay, one. I give it. What happened? So I did not get my answer.
Yeah, correct.
But certain cases I got the answer. Did you just check? See, wherever it is matching exactly the value 5.0. So this is matching exactly. So I got my answer as A plus.
Yeah,
So if, even though I took one, it is only taking the exact match. Can you see that?
yeah.
So it is not taking approximate match. So in this case, what we can do for this? VLOOKUP is not working.
I haven't used it, so I don't know. I'm just guessing there.
Right. No, no, I do understand that. Most of the 95% users, they are in the same state. Trust me, it's not you. When I was also learning VLOOKUP, nobody has explained me. And when I was asking them, don't ask so many of questions. You were not aware of VLOOKUP, I told you, go for blindly zero. We don't need
Yeah,
anything else.
exactly.
People
Correct.
have taught us like this. So this is the place where they have gone wrong because they themselves are not clear. And why is it like this? Because the person whomever he has taught to him or her, they are also not clear. They have not never asked the question. So what is my point, people? Whenever you are learning something, try to go in depth. Try to learn in such a way you can help others. If somebody is asking any questions, also you should be in a position to explain them. So here I am going to take you through one of the beautiful concept of our VLOOKUP called approximate match, which is really a mystery for the people or people ignore it. But this is really a very good tool and it will make your life easy. Where? Like this kind of scenario. So now VLOOKUP is not working. We are pretty clear with this, but we need to answer. In this case, what we do exactly? We end up writing a lengthy if statement. Trust me. If you ask anyone, they will say, Prabhas, I need to go for multiple if condition. If this cell is less than equal to 3 grade E, again if this cell less than equal to 3.5 grade D, like that, a lengthy if statement they will write. Now imagine 10,000 people I have in my organization. So 10,000 times the lengthy if formula if I go and write, think about the file size. Definitely, it will be heavy. I told you in day one itself, the more the if formula, file size will be heavy. Now, 10,000 times when you go apply, that itself is enough to make your file size heavy and the data processing also very, very slow. So this is the reason why in this place, I would never recommend going for nested if formulas or looping of if formulas or multiple if statements. What we can do is we can go for VLOOKUP with approximate match. Now we saw VLOOKUP with approximate match, we tried to apply, but it is still not working. The reason is you can't apply direct as it is. For application of VLOOKUP with approximate match, people, you need to follow two rules. What is that rule says is the data must have a matrix. Now this is just a statement. This is just a circular, but it doesn't have the matrix. So what is the meaning by matrix? So rule number one, data must have a matrix. Just 1 minute, watch my screen. No need to do anything. Just see. So matrix is nothing but people here. I'm going to create that matrix over here, 3.1, 3.6, 4.1, 4.6, and 5. So this is called matrix. So what is the meaning by matrix? Let's have a basic understanding. Suppose say this column is not there. What does it mean? Like if suppose somebody scores 0, I will be awarding grade E. If it is somebody 3.1, I will award grade D. But what if somebody scores more than 0 but less than 3.1? Like 0.1 somebody scores or 0.5 somebody scores. What is that grade I will be declaring? Definitely grade E only. Do you agree? Try to understand the concept. If suppose somebody scores 0, I'll be giving grade E. If suppose somebody scores 3.1, I'll be giving direct options grade D. What if somebody falls in between 0 to 3.1? That's called range. So what type of data can fall in a range? The numerical value or the numbers. So this is what nothing but for understanding purpose. This is the theory over here. So if suppose somebody scores 0 or more than 0 or 3 or less than 3, grade E. So this is called your matrix. This has to be there. So rule number one, for VLOOKUP approximate match purpose, you must have a matrix. Now rule number two, the matrix must be sorted. Yes, it is starting with 0, ending up with 5. So smallest to largest order, it is there. Now we can go for a simple VLOOKUP with approximate match. Just see, 1 minute again on my screen. VLOOKUP I have taken. Lookup value is in my left, comma. Table array, I will take all these three. I need to lock it. We know why. Comma. Which column is containing my grade? If you remember the procedure in this border area, how many columns are there?
Three.
Total 3 columns. So column index number has to be 3, comma. What kind of match we have been looking for so far? 0. That is making us exact match. So if the data is not having an exact match or one-to-one match, if it is falling in a range, so we should go for approximate match. Now 1, bracket close. Now can you see? It gives me the answer. So same I can apply for the rest, and this is what nothing but our VLOOKUP with approximate match. Very, very powerful people. Whenever you are looking for your discount slab, your income tax slab, or production quantity slab, incentive slab, all these cases you can apply this kind of formula. So go on, give it a try. Let me know. Is there any difficulties?
So first we
So
need to create
I
that
just,
uh, range
Yeah, this
matrix first.
matrix is first essential. Yeah.
Okay.
sir, I was just having one question. Rate
Uh-huh.
range, rating range. If it is not there, then also this will work, right?
Yeah, that is
Or
just for
that
the
is also
understanding.
mandatory.
No. That is just for the understanding I have created.
Okay, understanding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sir, I have a question.
Mhm.
I think the previous person also asked a similar question, but I'm not sure. So we have to mandatorily create this range of
Yeah.
0, 3.1,
Yes.
3.6.
Yes.
Okay, so that means that we have to, if suppose it is some other list, we have to pick up the first number of the range, rating range.
Of course, you
The
have to always
first,
start from smallest to largest order. You have to go for smallest to largest order.
okay, okay, all right.
See, that is what in any list, if you look at wherever, if you just best example, the income tax slab. When you look at where it starts with, the maximum limit or the minimum limit starts always from 0, 0 to 2 lakhs 50 or 0 to 5 lakhs or 0 to 7 lakhs 50, whatever it always starts from 0 only, correct?
So is it possible, am I right in thinking that basically we are giving an absolute value to the to the VLOOKUP formula to look for, rather than looking at this range, it will refer to this form. You're actually connecting this matrix with this column one numbers with the grade directly, right?
No, absolute meaning is different. See, absolute meaning
So
is
I would say no, absolute sir would be a wrong term actually if I look at it mathematically. But I'm just saying that this number 0, 3.1, 3.6, we are connecting with the grade directly rather than using the range, right?
no. This is automatically this when you create it, this is automatically forming part of our master data. Suppose
Okay,
your
okay.
it is forming part of your table array. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now this entire one row is the first element. Now when you go for the second row, then it is a second element. Now whatever it is falling in between the first and second element, that is
Mm-hmm.
called your range. That is called your approximate value.
Correct.
So this data we are trying to search. This is our input. This is our lookup value. This is what we are trying to search in this array.
Okay,
And
got it.
then we have matched. Yes, if it is matching, though it is an exact match or approximate match, that's a different
Mhm.
story. The output is in the third column.
Third column, correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Welcome.
So,
Just
sir,
for
this
clarity, I
range
want
also should be in sequence, right? 0,
just for
3.1,
clarity.
Of course,
six.
that is what it should be in
Sequence.
order, I call. No, not sequence. It's an order. We cannot say it is a sequence. It should be
So
an
if
order.
phi a plus, if you put it at the place of 3.1, then also it will work.
No, that is not an order. So you can start either from 5, end up with 0, or you can start from 0 and end up with 5.
Okay, okay. Yeah, got it.
And it will work only with numerics.
Obviously, because the approximate is nothing but the numerical value only it will be coming up. So that's what I asked you the first question, where the range comes. Range comes in the number only. We can't expect in the alphabets a range.
Hmm.
Like say, you cannot expect I have got Acer over here. If it is there, Ace also it should appear. No, it is not called a range over here. So range is this. So range, only the numerical value can fall in a range.
Okay.
Right. So we look up with approximate match, which was really, we are never clear with that. Now we got the concept clear and where to apply, how to apply, what is the logic, what is the validation rules over here. We discussed everything. All right.
So I
Now,
have a
yeah.
question.
Mhm.
So from the ratings range, we are creating this hierarchy or this range to provide us with,
No, we are not
what?
creating from this. We are not creating from this.
No, no,
This is
ratings
what.
range. This one, the next one. Yeah.
Uh, okay.
So from this, we are creating the one column on the left, which is we are saying if it is
Okay.
0, pick it up. If it is within 0 to 3.1, you pick up a D. So the second column doesn't matter. The ratings range column doesn't matter. But the one we have created on the left, which is 0, 3.1, 3.6, only this matters to the VLOOKUP.
Yes.
Am I correct in my understanding?
Yes. But
Okay,
why
thank
we have included ratings range? Because this is in the series form. This is a contiguous series. So I can't just taking the holding the control button, this, and I can't consider this as a column index number two. So
you.
I
Yeah,
have to always include everything, whatever it comes in my way,
yeah.
in between my input column and the desired column, whatever comes in between that way also I have to select. I have no other options.
Okay, got it.
Yes.
And I have a doubt. For example, if I clear the ratings range column, but the VLOOKUP will not work because this will be considered as a blank, correct?
No, that is nothing to do with. So even though I delete this completely,
Yeah.
it's not going to impact because
Hmm.
that is nowhere we are giving it anywhere in this VLOOKUP formula.
Okay.
It is in the range. It is in the range, but column index number already given 3. So it's
Okay.
up perfectly working fine.
That means that in my master data also, if I have blanks, blank columns, it will not matter. What will matter is what I am picking up and what is the end output.
Column index
The
number.
the middle columns can be blank. It does not matter.
Right. All right. So I believe everybody's clear with our VLOOKUP with approximate match people.
So, sir,
Yeah.
there was no use of the G column.
Yeah, there was no use of G column. G column was just for your reference, for your better understanding of this range. I created it.
Okay.
It's a problem statement, right?
Yeah, you can
It's
say
not
like
just
that.
that. If suppose we are getting a data where they have given you a prescribed range to work on, like the example sir took, they have given this range to us and we have to work on
Absolutely.
it and segregate the data.
Absolutely.
That
People will
range
be
will be definitely,
people will always give you the problem statement like this only. If you take the scoring part, if you take the incentive, or if you take the discount, if you take the income tax calculations, nobody will be giving you this column. People will be always giving like this, and the output you have to declare like this.
because sir, we get this kind of data where we have to segregate tenure of an employee, and this is the range, right? Of
Right,
5 to 10 years,
right. Absolutely.
11 to 20 years.
You want the best example from the HR front also. If we talk about, suppose the management has decided to award the gratuity. Take an example. So as per the Payment of Gratuity Act, if any employee completes 5 years of service in the organization, they are eligible for the gratuity. Now what you will do, you will first calculate the experience starting from the date of joining by taking the date D formula. Now
Yeah.
wherever it is more than 5 cases is there, you will be awarding the gratuity.
Hmm.
Now, management also has passed a circular stating that those who have completed 2 years of service, okay, they are also allowed for some kind of recognitions, like
Hmm.
any other things. So you have to give one more bucket. So those who are
Right.
completed more than 2 years, but less than 5 years.
Hmm.
So since they have not completed 5 years, they are not eligible for gratuity, but they have completed 2 years, they will be recognized for some awards. So like that, when you have such kind of conditions, you will be using this kind of VLOOKUP with approximate match.
Yeah.
Right.
For example, if I have a range for a region which is having a sales performance, say less than 50,000, if that is the criteria, then I'll have three kinds of, say, if my range is less than 50,000, then one grade, equal to 50,000, one, and greater than 50,000. So I'll have to split it up into three for me to provide this kind of input, correct?
Yeah, there is, you have got maximum three inputs, so you can go for a simple if formula. No need to go for VLOOKUP with approximate match. Okay, so VLOOKUP with approximate match when it comes when you have multiple criteria, like you have got, suppose I have got only 5 to 6. Suppose I have got another 10 row items. Now, if I go for a if formula, 15 if statements I have to write in a single cell. But in your case, the sales data, what you are talking about, maximum two if formulas, it will work fine. So you no need to go for such a lengthy procedure, creating a matrix, then again checking the same whether it is sorted, all these things, you no need to go for that. This comes into picture when you have many more inputs or parameters falling in a range. 10, 15, 20 row items of data, suppose something is there. You should go for this.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, so let us go for our next situation, people, naming called advanced lookup. So we'll go for one level up. Now this is also going to help you a lot. So please stay focused with the ask. See, suppose say my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire employee related information. So I gave a respective T code and I could find near about 10,000 records. It comes in this format, like employee ID is there, name of the employee, department they belong to, position they hold, and salary they draw. Complete picture is there. Now, when I showed this entire thing to my boss, he's saying, Prabhas, this data is of no use for me. Keep it with you. What I want is create a template for me in such a way. Whenever I go and type any of the employee ID, the corresponding details should be immediately available. Like for example, employee ID 004. Look at the master data. Who is that person? ID 004. Who is that employee? Mr. D should come over here. What's his department? Legal should come over here. What's his position? Manager should come over here. How much is the salary? 2000 should appear over here. This is what my boss is expecting. So whenever he types any of the employee ID, details should be available. Okay. So how to do that? Think about it and let me know what is the best option we have.
H lookup.
H lookup. Okay, that's a good thing.
Multiple VLOOKUP.
How to
Uh,
apply multiple VLOOKUP?
each and every cell one VLOOKUP we can do.
Each and every cell one VLOOKUP. Okay, I agree with that. How H lookup? See, this is what the problem. I told you 5 minutes back a story of the rules. So this is the place where we have gone wrong. We never go for the understanding whether our data is ready for VLOOKUP or data is ready for H lookup. So if you look at our data, our master data employee IDs are in vertical format. So I am also working with employee ID. This is vertical format it is in the master data. So what is that formula we should apply?
We look up only.
So HLOOKUP doesn't come. This
Yeah,
should be
got
your approach. This should be your approach. Now, coming back to, if I'm asking the question, suppose say employee ID is there, please find the name for me. You would have done it very easily. Just watch my screen, no need to do anything. I would have gone for over here a formula equal to VLOOKUP, taking the data, comma, taking this entire array and making the column index number 2, comma 0. You could have done this. Am I right? Yes or no? So similarly, if I'm looking for department, if I'm looking for department, now suppose say this is what I have locked because I'm looking for employee ID, it should not move right. Now A2 to D7, I'm not locking it because I need everything. I should lock it in this fashion, A2 to E7. Now what happens when I go and drag the formula, which is the ideal procedure? Always all the places it is giving me the name because the moment I look at my department in master data, department is in which column?
3.
So department, is it changing 3? It's not changing. So this is the reason why we are facing the trouble. So what we have understood, if I want to go for VLOOKUP formula, I have to go and keep changing the column index number. Then only I can get my answer. Here 4, and here I need to go and define 5. Do you agree? Then only we can get our result.
Yes.
So this is what really a time taking job. Here I have only 4 columns, I can do that. Now real time situation, if you take it, when you download the data from SAP or ERP system, there might be 60, 70, 80 fields would be there. And out of that, if you want to populate for near about 20 to 30 fields, then how will you take that? Will you go and do the change in 20 to 30 times? That's really a cumbersome activity. So what we can do, people, this practice, if you have, we have to stop. See the approach, how it's supposed to be. First of all, look at our scenario, how many columns we have. How many columns in the master data?
Five.
Is
5.
it 5? Right.
5.
Now, I am looking for name. I am looking for name. Name is in which column? Is it in column number 2?
Correct.
Department, is it 3? Position 4, salary 5. Is this the numbers, my column numbers, my master data is appearing? Do you agree with that? This is nothing to do with our formula. This is for the understanding I'm creating. We are not going to use anywhere the cells. So if you look at our master data, our name, department, position, salary, is it there appearing in second, third, fourth, fifth column? Do you agree?
Correct.
Yes.
Right. Now the same thing we are looking for as a column index number. 2, 3, 4, 5 should be our column index number. So how to make it? That is what our question. So again, 1 minute, watch my screen, observe, understand. Then I'll be giving time to try with, don't worry. First observe. Taking the formula, we look up, okay? It is asking me lookup value. Now what is my lookup value? Is it my employee ID?
Correct.
Right. Now when I copy this formula towards right, employee ID A11 should not go to B11. Should not go to B11. So A11 should not go to B11. Correct? Is it clear what we are discussing? When we copy this formula towards right, A11 should not go to B11.
Should
But
always
when
be 11.
right. But when we
Yes.
copy this formula towards down, we never know. My boss might be looking for furthermore employee IDs. He will keep typing in A12, A13, A14. He will keep typing the employee IDs. So when you drag this formula towards down, A11 should go to A12. Do you agree?
Yes.
So
Correct.
A11 should not go to B11, but A11 should go to A12. So which one we should lock? Which one we should make it free?
A should be free,
So
11 should be locked.
only dollar before A.
Right. So we should make column lock. So column should not move, but row only should move. So that it's called F4 thrice. We made it. We made it as column lock, comma. Now this is demanding me table array. So table array, where is the starting point is the employee ID. And then what I am looking for, name, department, position, salary. I need everything. So I need to select and I need to lock it because this range should not move down or move right. Do you agree?
Yes.
Comma. Now what it is asking, column index number. So column index number we are looking for is 2, 3, 4, 5. Is this a series? Is this a chronological order? 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
So when you have the data in the same order, same sequence, same series, if you remember in our day one, we discussed something. In small and large formula, the vendor evaluation case, we were looking for L1, L2, L3. What we use over there, we have not used the helper column. Rather, we used a formula called row. Did you remember? Row formula, right? So there we were looking for the answer in terms of different rows. But here we are looking for the answer in different columns. So what we'll be doing it, we'll be going for a formula called column. So like row formula gives me a row number as the answer, column formula will be giving me a column number as the answer. Now which column I am typing the formula? I am typing in the name column, right? So name is in which column? Name is in column B. B is a alphabet, but if you count, what is the number B returns?
Second,
Two.
second one.
2. So that is what the number we are expecting, right? So let me just immediately show you column formula. Is it giving me the number as 2? Let's go and check it out first. Yes, we are getting 2. So that will be nothing but my column index number for VLOOKUP formula. So now the moment I put comma, how VLOOKUP ends up with, we know, with 0, bracket close, formula is ready only for a cell. But we need to apply for rest. What is the shortcut? Control enter. And we got the answer in one shot. So this is how people, whenever there is a need, if your lookup value is matched and you are looking for multiple column values, always go for this VLOOKUP with column combination if your data is in same series or same sequence over there. So give it a try and check it's working. Hope this is working, people. For everyone, any doubt, any queries from anybody? Anything not clear, feel free to ask. Don't buy hard the formulas because situation will not remain the same. Situation will change. If your logics are clear, you can solve any equations.
Sir, can I share my screen?
Yep.
So are you able to see it?
Yeah, I can.
Now, here you said that we have to lock this cell because we want the columns not to change, but the rows can change, right?
Right.
That's why we are putting a dollar sign here.
I never asked you to go for application of dollar symbol manually, first of
Okay.
all.
Um, but if I'm putting F1, F4, Fn, F4, it is taking it for both the this thing.
Right. So
So I'll
you go
remove.
for, you have to, no need to remove. You go for again F and F4 one more time. Where is the dollar symbol?
Yes, now it is right.
So this is what you have not learned in day two.
I did.
This is the only reason why I asked you to practice well.
Then I
Else
take the
what? Yeah, else what will be happening? You will be ending up with your old practice. Whatever you have, what the way you have learned, you will be also getting back to the same state. There's no point of attending the training program because the techniques what you learn, it's all our time-saving techniques. Anyway, now going for A2 to E7, what are we supposed to do? We should not
love
move
this.
anywhere. Yes. So you have just locked only the end cell. A2 is not locked. See,
Mhm.
right. Now at the end of the formula, yeah. Now you have to use column formula to get the column index number for VLOOKUP, comma 0. Yeah.
Okay,
All
got
right.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
No problem. Just little bit practice, Ritu,
Mm,
it's enough.
yeah.
Rest of things
Yes,
you are catching up, it's not a problem. Only practice one time, two times, it is enough. All
yes,
right,
sir.
people. So I
Last
believe we
question.
will,
While
yeah.
it is not related to VLOOKUP,
Mhm.
sometimes we have this, we are pulling down for, you know, uh, for filling up the data. In some cases, not now, but in some cases, if we keep it to the lower end of that and pull it, that doesn't work. Are there any settings that we need to update?
No, no, pulling out in the bottom, I did not get you exactly. Could you please state me a scenario?
Sure, sir. Sorry about that. The
No
thing is,
problem.
when we, for example, I have this data and for example, I want to fill it with, and I'm just using this to pull here. In this case, it is working, but there are some times when this autofill option doesn't work. Are there anything that we need to do
No, no,
for the
no, no.
setting?
No, it will work definitely unless and until your dollar symbols are properly appended. That is what the application of dollar symbols. See, automatically you can see the cell value is changing, cell location is changing because we have defined our dollar symbols in that fashion. So the other case where you are not getting an answer when you just drag this towards right or drag this towards bottom or towards down, because you might be having the dollar symbol locking is not properly defined.
Okay.
So just go back to those scenarios and check the dollar symbol application. If you give it properly, then it will work. Don't worry. That is nothing to do with your system settings or cursor settings in Excel. All right, so now I'm taking the control back on the screen. I believe everybody's clear with our scenario one, whatever we did. Now, let's go and analyze the same situation, people. Please stay focused again. Now, suppose say this is what our friend Samir has prepared and presented the same to Uma. So Uma is watching this, okay? And what he believes over here, I mean, Uma, what he believes over here, Samir has given this. But Samir, do you believe that we can give a template to our boss having a sample data like this? It's the question for all. When my boss is asking me a template, can I create a sample data, something like this, and send it across? How do you get your template? Template is remain always blank, isn't it? So let's go back to our A11 cell. Let's go back to our A11 cell where the employee ID is there. Please delete that cell. What happens? Can you see on your screen also? It is throwing some kind of error called hash NA. Why hash NA is coming up? Because of data absence. Did you remember in day two, we discussed something, our data clean one module, one set of exercise, data clean one. I told you, we always get our data having the errors like hash reference, hash division, hash NA, hash value, hash null. And what is the reason behind it? Because of data absence or format incompatibility or case sensitivity, all these things we have discussed the other day. So this is one of the problem again. Since we do not have the data, our formula is not remaining silent, it is throwing the error. But if I show this error to my boss again, this will be a problem. He will be keep on asking questions, and this is not the ideal way of presenting our templates. So now the question is how to do the right treatment with these errors. Just say, so whenever we have this error turns up, I have selected my entire formulas, everything, whatever I have, not this source cell, only the formula driven cell. I will open my formula and before VLOOKUP, I'll go for application of another formula called if error. Now look at my formula bar. It is quite confusing over here. Look at my formula bar. How it works, let me first take you through. Okay. Now if you look at the formula people, first we are asking Excel to perform VLOOKUP formula. How Excel calculates the formulas. Though if error is the beginning, but still Excel will first perform the calculation of VLOOKUP. If at all VLOOKUP returns the answer as an error called #NA, then step 2, if error will be applied. Now when we have already declared that if error to be applied over here, then in place of those errors, what we are expecting, that also we need to define. So keeping the cursor at the end of the VLOOKUP formula, whatever I am expecting in place of those errors, like 0, hyphen, nil, not available, not applicable, anything, I can write within two double inverted quotes. Since we are working with a template and the template has to remain blank. And I told you in day one how to define a blank cell in the formula. Anybody?
Open and close comma. That's it.
No, no, no. Two double inverted quotes.
Yeah, double inverted, right?
Yeah, so that is defined a blank cell. The formula is ready only for a cell, but we need to apply for rest. Control, enter, and see the beauty. As long as there is no data over here, my formula remains silent. Now, if I go and pick some data over here, copying and pasting over here, immediately it populates the result. So this is how people we have understood that if error is the formula can be combined with any formula and handle the formula driven errors. All right. So give it a try and check it's working. Any doubt, any queries, do let me know. So if at all any challenges is there, do let me know or not clear, please ask. Because this kind of formulas are very, very helpful whenever you go for template designing, dashboard designing, or you are having some templates, or if you're having some tabular reports, you need the most. Yes, I got a confirmation from Samira and Geeta. How about others people? Could you please let me know? Okay, I'm also done. Yes, Kumar Velu, Mukesh, Ritu.
So for this locking concept,
Mhm.
we have given it for A. So how do you actually understand this? Like, I don't want to move my data in this particular row, then I'm going to lock that, and there I'll give my dollar sign. And if it is not, then it will move freely among the other rows. That's what is correct?
Right. So you have to first need to know whether my formula I am copying towards right or I'm copying towards down. This is the first question. So if you are copying towards right, everything is moving within one row. Can you see that?
Yes, correct.
So we have to lock only the row. If you are copying something in one particular column or if we are moving towards down, everything you are moving in one column only.
Correct.
So we have to lock only the column. Now, if you are not moving anywhere, you are just designing the solution only for a cell. You don't need to lock anything.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah.
Sir, I have a question. So I
Uh-huh.
have done what you told us, but it is
Okay.
not coming. Even if I
Okay.
remove ID 004, the formula is still remaining there. Just give me a minute.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sharing.
Yeah.
Sir, are you able to see?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is my formula.
Yeah. You
I straight away entered.
remove the employee ID. First, you remove the
Now
employee
see,
ID.
see, it is not going.
Okay. So now keep the cursor in the formula. Keep the cursor in the formula. Select name, department, position, salary, entire solution area. No, no, no.
Hmm.
Down, down. The formula driven cells. The formula driven cells.
This.
Okay. Yeah. Now you have taken if error, we look up $11, A2 to E7. Fine. So it is still capturing the formula over there. So there is something we have to look into your system settings.
Hmm. Okay,
So it
okay.
is
But
capturing the
I am
things.
not going wrong, right? I am not going wrong in what I'm doing.
No, 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 you're not having anything wrong. So this is absolutely fine. Don't be worried about it. It is because of the system settings or this particular Excel file settings we have to look into. Nothing to worry. Did you download the files or you are still working in the zip folder?
No, I downloaded it, sir.
Okay,
I've saved it here.
okay, download. Fine, fine then. No problem. No problem. So you just
Okay.
do one thing: save and close the file and reopen and start working. And close all the rest of Excel files, whatever it is opened. Close all the rest of Excel files and just open this corporate case studies.
Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah. All right. So I believe people, we all are clear with our situation one, whatever or scenario one, what we did so far. Now take a look. Suppose say take an example. I did all these things and I deleted my employee ID. Watch my screen. No need to do anything right now. Now I have sent this file to my boss. What my boss did, he has not looked at my instructions and immediately he started typing something in A11 like this over here. ID 004, something like this. Okay. Now what happens? This is not showing the result. He got panic. Immediately he called me. Prabhas, what kind of template you have designed? It's not working. I am
Are you
surprised.
sharing something on the screen?
Yep. Okay. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry.
Sir, I
I can see.
got it. I reopened the file. I got everything
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yep. No problem. Yes, people. So I guess now it is visible, the screen.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
So I have deleted my employee ID. I have deleted, but rest of formulas are there. Don't be worried about it. And I have sent this template to my boss. What my boss did, he started typing the data something like this, and this is not working. He got panic, and immediately he called up me and he said, Prabhas, what kind of template you have given? It's not working. See, hearing this statement, I am also surprised what happened because I checked twice before sending this file to him. Now I have no idea, unless and until I leave my work and go to his seat in his cabin and see his monitor, I don't have any idea where the thing has gone wrong. But when I did this, I could come to know that my boss has done a silly mistake. He did not type the employee ID properly. Samir, if you were in my place, what would be your feeling?
If it is a high level, we will feel embarrassed.
Obviously. So we'll get frustrated, we'll be disappointed. working with your boss like this who doesn't know how to type the data properly even, right? But we can't express our anger, we can't say anything in return over there. Fine, this is one scenario. But whose premium time is being wasted in this entire story? If you look at leaving my seat, going to his cabin, watching his monitor, guiding him where is the mistake, whose premium time is being wasted? Of course, it's mine. Do you all agree?
Yes.
Right. But who
Yes.
is held responsible for that? Can I blame to my boss? Boss is always right, we know. So we
You will
can't
say,
blame
why
our.
did you allow in the first place?
Right. That's a good question. So here it is my mistake because who has given that opportunity to commit a mistake? Of course, it's me. So what you have understood, people, from the entire story is whenever you design a template, don't give the options to the user to type the data. Give the options to select the data by creating a drop down. So to minimize your errors to happen over there or to prevent the errors to happen over there, go to our A11 cell, whatever it is there, kindly delete and go to our data menu. We have an option called data validation. Go for it, please. In the data menu. And when you click that inside data validation, this kind of dialog box will generate for you. And in the settings tab, you will be finding it shows validation criteria allow dropdown is showing any value. We don't want any value to be typed. We want to have our own list. So go to the dropdown and choose the option called list. And when you select list, you can see there is a bar comes up naming called source. So it is asking to create a list. Where is the source data? The source data is our employee IDs. So keeping the cursor in the source box, select your entire employee ID starting from A3 till A7. And once you have done with this, over here, click OK. So with immediate effect, you will be having a drop down created. Now, the person whom I'm sending the file, I am making his job easy. He don't need to type anything. He can simply select this drop down. Any of the employee ID he is looking for, he can get the details. So think have become more dynamic. Can you see now? So this is how we can keep working with our templates. And suppose say you can ask me a question, Prabhas, what if he has in the practice of always typing the data? No issues. If he is typing something wrong, Excel will give a slap to him. Don't do this. Always obey the instructions. Always follow the instructions. So he will come to know by seeing this error message and cancel. And then he will follow the instructions, selecting the drop down. Now, you can ask me a question, Prabhas, what if he types properly? No issues. If it is typing properly, that is also going to be accepted by the system. It's not to be worried about. So Excel says that whatever it has been predefined, follow that instruction. Though you type, though you select, it's up to you.
Can you show me that list once again?
List, how to create,
Yes, sir.
right? Keeping the cursor in A11, going to data, going to our data validation over here, the option next to text to column you have. And then you have to go for data validation settings. It is showing allow any value. Instead, go for the drop down and choose list. And when you choose list, then the source box will open. In this source box, you have to define all this A3 to A7 list.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, people, I believe scenario one, whatever the exercise we did, it's clear and working for everyone. So what we have learned, how to use VLOOKUP with column, how to use VLOOKUP column with if error, and how to connect the same to a drop down and making it dynamic.
Sir, one doubt.
Yeah, yeah, please ask.
Sir, if the source that we are selecting
Mhm.
from row number 2 to row number 7,
Right.
suppose that is a SAP data, and
Okay.
in today's data, I am having only suppose 7 rows. In
Hmm.
tomorrow's data, again, I'm copy pasting the dump file,
Hmm.
and it has more rows or more columns.
Hmm.
Then how we will, I mean, we will make this dashboard.
See, ideally, when you go for a dashboard, first of all, you should have a master data. Like say, take an example. If I'm looking at employee ID,
Yes.
now I should maintain one more separate sheet of all the employee IDs with
Okay.
employee names, whatever it is. So this entire
Hmm.
data, I should have a master data somewhere in a different worksheet, or
Hmm.
in the extreme right, you should have some columns where you should have all the data over there. So if you have maintained this, definitely you will not be working with 16,000 columns of data in any report if you talk about, right? So this data is not going to be overwritten, definitely. But you should not delete also. You should not delete also. But you are not sure whether my people, whomever I send, they may delete the data. There might be a chance of data loss. Of course, yes. So in that case, ideally what we recommend, create a separate sheet and hide that sheet. So the master data will be maintained in a different sheet and you should hide that sheet. And data will be always keep updating from that records. So whenever you are updating the record, suppose tomorrow some new joinees are there, you should open that hidden sheet and add two more rows. If suppose somebody has left the organization, again you need to open that hidden sheet and you have to delete that record. This is how you should keep updating.
No, what actually I was saying was, suppose we are maintaining every day, we are maintaining a sheet of, suppose X item, 10 items that are billed. Okay, sir, we are making a sheet where a number of items that are billed, number of items that are not billed, and number of items that are in transit phase, for example. And that
Okay,
data will be changing every day. So we get a
okay.
dump every day that we, suppose that we are downloading from SAP. And
Mhm,
sir, can we go in that sheet, advanced lookup?
mhm.
And suppose we have made such a dashboard where we are just copy pasting the part number or ID number, and we can get it like it is in which phase, and that data it is taking from the dump file. Now the dump file, if today I am taking, it might have only 7 columns, 7 rows data. Tomorrow it might have 15 rows. So if we are restricting the columns or the data from the sheet that we are taking today, the number of columns might increase tomorrow. The number of data might increase tomorrow. So will it work every day? The same
No.
file.
No, no. That is the reason why I told you. You can't work in the same worksheet. You should have a dump data one sheet and one dashboard sheet, two different sheets. So you should maintain two different sheets to show output in one sheet. That is your summary report. And
So
that
in the
should be,
for sir, in the formula, when we are putting dollar sign for selecting the range, that
mhm.
range will change every day
Of course, then
because
you do
column will
you
change.
you
So
go
we
for
will
the open and references. If you want to, if you believe there might be a data updation time to time, whenever or on daily basis,
only
you
columns will change. Number of columns will change.
no, no, number of
Number
columns
of
means
rows will change. Column will not change
right. So column will
because
remain the same. Perfect.
yes, yes,
Right. So no issues. Whatever the data you have, you can keep these formulas ready with if error formula. And whenever the data is being populated, you can keep these formulas ready. Like, see, take an example. I have got the formulas ready. I can drag it simply like this. Even though there is no data over here, this formula is there. Can you see that? These cells are containing already the formula. It is still
sir.
blank.
Can we make a small change, sir? Can we add a row after row number 7?
Row number 7.
Yes.
Okay.
And now we are putting ID dash 006. Suppose
Mhm.
tomorrow when I'm taking data from SAP, it has
Mhm.
taken another ID and that is ID 006.
In the drop down, you mean to say?
No, 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 no. Here, in the base file, your row number 8. Just if you type ID dash 006,
Mhm. Right.
006, and whatever values are there in name, department, position, and salary.
Okay. We did that. No problem.
Now, will it work if I put 006?
Mhm. So this will not get automatically updated. That is what I'm telling.
Yes, yes,
So tomorrow when you go for it, your drop down list will not get automatically
yes,
updated.
yes.
Okay. So what you need to do, you have to take a anonymous range. You have to take a anonymous range. Like when you are going for drop down, when you go for the drop down, we are confining limit to A7. Okay. So instead
Hmm.
of that, what we can do is we can go for A20, A100, something you can take it. So that list will be always available. Suppose I have got maximum, I anticipate I can max have only a 50 row items.
Okay.
So I can take over here till
Okay.
50.
Okay.
So when I go and take a 50 over here, automatically what will be happening? This is my data. I'm getting it over here. Since I have got scenario one, everything, that's why it is populating. But 006, is it populating? Can you see that?
Yes. Yes.
That is what you have to do. So this data,
Sir,
whatever you are
please select.
believing,
Please select A006.
it will not come. We have to write the formula in such a way because the formula range also missing now.
Yes.
This
Yes.
range is
Range
also
we have
missing.
already fixed. Yes.
Yes.
So every day
So
we have to change the range also.
no, 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 no. That is what I'm telling. This range also you have to extend it. Instead of E7, you should have given it as E50. Like as you said, you
Okay.
can anticipate maximum 50 row items or 100 row items. So that you have to end up
Okay.
with writing like this. Suppose I am asking over here, E50. I have gone for. So automatically this is taking up to row number 50 range over here. So within 50, whatever the data comes, it will always populate. So this is
Understood.
what you have to work with. Like how many maximum row items I am receiving.
Okay. So, sir, last question. If my columns are always constant because SAP will not change the columns. It will not,
Definitely.
the change is only there in the rows.
Row items.
So every day what we need to do is just, I mean, delete the yesterday's base file and paste the today's updated file and it will work.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, sir.
And
Thank
take
you.
your maximum row items. Suppose you believe in
Understood.
the last 30 days, whatever the average row items you have worked, you believed, okay, maximum I'm always getting 200 row items. So make your formula up to 200 row items. So even though you receive 10 items or 20 items or 50 items, which is below 200, so it will work like a charm. Don't
Understood,
worry.
sir.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
no problem. Welcome. All right. So I believe now people, everybody is clear with our scenario one, whatever we discussed. All right. Now, let me just remove the formulas. Yeah. So over here, scenario one, we have completed. Now we'll go to our scenario number two. So when you go for scenario two, people, let's have a basic discussion. Same thing, same master database we have. Now we are no more looking for employee ID 004. We are looking for the details of employee ID 003. Same name, department, position, salary only. But how to get that? That is the question. All right. Now, if this is the thing, what should be our approach? Where to start with? As I told you, whenever you believe the columns are in the same series or same sequence or same order, like name, department, position, salary, here also the name, department, position, salary. So what we need to do? We look up with column.
Column.
We look up with column. This is what we have learned. So let's go and apply this. So equal to we look up. Taking the lookup value, as I told you, you should go for column log. Comma, table array, the complete table I am looking for. This should not move down or move right. So there should not be no movement and we should lock it completely. Column index number, I told you it should be dynamic. Name, department, position, salary, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again, we are looking for. And we have used earlier column formula. This
We
will be
can't share
getting the,
screen again.
it is shared.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Got it.
Yeah. So column formula over here, since our data is in same sequence, same series or chronological order, then comma 0. The moment we go and apply, what happens? This is not taking the values properly. Reason. When you go and apply VLOOKUP between two different Excel sheets or two different Excel files, though the data is in same sequence, but location is changing. Can you see that? Here in the scenario one with immediate below it was there. So here the column number two, we are also looking for column number two. So here what is the problem? The moment you go for column formula, which column you are operating with? In column H, isn't it? So column H, what should be the number? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But in our master data, name is in which column? In the second one. That's why this is not giving the result, though we are having our data in the same series. So what we need to do over here, same column formula, whatever it is, it has to generate me as 2. Whereas how much it is giving? 8. Okay. So ideally, basic mathematics, what we can do? Minus 6. So when I go for this, automatically this will generate number 2, and that is what nothing but the name column I am going to get my result. Now formula is ready only for a cell, need to apply for rest. Control Enter. So this is what you have to always remember, people. Whenever you are applying VLOOKUP between two different Excel sheets or Excel files, though your data is in the same sequence, little bit you need to adjust the column number. So give it a try and check the logic is working. Okay, so Kumar Balu has done. Anybody is facing any challenge or it's not clear, feel free to ask.
Double, whenever you select, it shows the column A, column likewise it shows, right? Whenever you type the formula.
I'm not clear. I'm really hardly struggling to hear you. Could you please be more clear?
Is it clear now?
Yeah, somewhat better.
Okay. Whenever in the formula, we look at formula, there is a column, open bracket and close bracket is there.
Right,
It shows you it is eighth, it is in eighth position, it is in whatever position it shows you whenever
right,
you type the formula.
right.
How do we get that? It is just showing you it is in eighth place.
Okay. So you mean to say in the formula itself how I could see the answer, correct?
Yeah. We
Okay,
are, hmm.
I'll show you. The moment you open a formula, select the segment. Segment in the sense one input. So this is my column input. Just watch my screen. If I select,
Hmm.
okay. Now, if you go and press F9, press F9. Do you see 8 over there? F9. If it is not your direct key, go with function with F9. So
Correct.
F9 is the key which will be helping you to execute the formula in the formula designing mode. Now, if you believe this is working, you want to get back to your formula mode, go for Control Z, undo.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
welcome. So scenario 2, can I take that? Everybody's clear what we did?
Not getting what you did just now. You
Okay.
kept it on the column.
Uh, no, open the formula and select the column formula completely, starting from C, ending up with the close bracket. And then hit F9. It will show you the answer. What column formula is returning the answer? That answer will be displayed when you press F9. And once you confirm, okay, I'm getting my desired output, you need to again come back to the formula mode by hitting Control Z or undo.
Can you see my screen, sir?
Yeah, right. Now undo,
How do I do that?
undo. How do you do undo? Control Z, undo.
I'm not able to do Control Z here.
No, you can. Uh, okay, go for escape. Escape.
Yeah.
Now
Okay.
open the formula. Open the formula. Now select column, open bracket and close bracket, till close bracket. Now press F9. Now Control Z. Press Control Z. You got it?
Yes, sir. Got it. One more question I have regarding the same, the one which I had asked before. That is, right, we are looking at G4 here, $G, $4. So when is the case we will take a $4? When we want to move it downwards as columns? Sorry,
$4.
I know you explained it to me, but I'm not clear with that.
Okay, you should have asked me then and there.
Okay.
Okay, no problem. So see, the moment you go for $4 over here, I have to take you to our existing sheet or date div formula, like the date calculation. If you look at, okay, here we have used $4.
Yes, correct.
Right. Now, there you should have asked me why we have used $4. Why not $D4? Okay. So why we have to use it is when I go for my date div formula over
Yeah.
here, I
Yes.
take this. So when I copy this formula towards down, C6 has to go to C7. Do you agree?
Correct.
So I am just locking it over here, only the column,
Okay.
only the column,
Column. Yeah.
right? Now, when I did this, comma, then when I go for today formula to operate with, this doesn't need any kind of locking, but because the default nature of today formula is to generate today's date. That is clear.
Correct.
Now, when I go to my Excel operator, this is
Yeah.
called D4. When I
Yeah.
copy this formula towards down, D4 should not move down, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So we had to lock over here the row because when I copy this formula towards right, D4
Yeah.
has to go to E4, F4. I have got the data to pick up. But
Right.
when I copy this formula towards down, D4 should not go to D5. That's why we are locking it over
Okay.
here, D4.
Okay.
Now, this is required in this particular stage. The reason is our data is moving down, taking the reference something from up.
Okay.
But in our case, the formula what we are operating with, suppose say this advanced lookup, when you look at, we are not operating anything below down, taking something called name, department, position, salary. Do you relate anywhere these headers in the
No.
formula?
No. No.
That's why we are not locking anything. So when we are looking something in the horizontal level and as well as the vertical level, so vertical level, we have to go for column lock. Horizontal, anything is moving also we are looking for, then we have to go for a row lock.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah. Now we'll come to our situation people scenario number 3. Okay. So here, very careful. This is one of the beautiful concept we are going to learn, which will be again helpful while designing the dashboard, summary report and tabular report. But before that, let's see what is the data we have with us. Same master data, you can treat this, okay? We are now looking for the details of ID 005, but we are no more looking for name first. We are looking for department, then salary, then name, then position. If this is the case, how to deal with? So as I told you, the approach, first of all, in our master data, how many columns are there?
5,
5. Department, if I'm looking at which column it is.
3, 12,
So if I'm looking for column index number and applying VLOOKUP, answer should be column index number 3. Salary, which column?
5,
Name,
2,
position.
4,
So this is for the understanding again, that is nothing to do with our formula. So now the question is 3, 5, 2, 4. Is it a series? Is it a chronological order?
No.
So VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out. I repeat, 3, 5, 2, 4, since it is not is a series or chronological order, VLOOKUP with column combination is ruled out. Option 2, Do you believe that we can do cut paste work and adjust the columns and bring it to 2, 3, 4, 5 series and apply our formula? We look up with column. Can we do that? By cutting and pasting the column and adjusting and bringing it to a proper series form, can we go and apply VLOOKUP with column? Is it possible?
No, it's not, because the column formula is designed for the sequence.
Right. So my question is, we can do cut paste, right? We know how to cut and paste it, Control X, Control V, but this is maximum 4 items we can do cut paste work. Think about a large volume of data, real-time data. When you download the data from SAP or ERP system, you might be having 70 to 80 fields. Out of that, suppose 35 fields you need to do this kind of cut paste work. While doing cut paste work itself, somewhere you will be lost, and chances of committing mistakes are very high. So that option is also ruled out. We should not do the cut paste work to adjust the columns. Option number 3. Do you believe that VLOOKUP has the power to get the column index number dynamic in this way? If that is the case, then why we were struggling in the first case? If VLOOKUP has the power to make our column index number dynamic, we would not have struggled over here, right? So that option is also ruled out because VLOOKUP doesn't have the power to get your column index number dynamic. So now option is nothing. So we do not have any option over here to deal with this kind of situation. So what we need to do, people, we need to add more power to our VLOOKUP. So what is that power? Let's discuss first. Leave 4 to 5 rows down and type a text called over here Jan and drag it up to December. Okay. So once your data is ready, do let me know so that we can proceed. Now, so kindly stay focused. No need to do anything. In this highlighted block, if I ask you how many variables I have, in this highlighted block, if I ask you how many variables I have, what will be your answer?
12.
12. Jan to December, we know 12. Now, if I ask you what is the position of May, what will be your answer?
5.
So how did you come to know? You started counting Jan as 1, Feb as 2, like that. The moment you reach May, you got the answer as 5. This is how we
Correct.
did it manually.
Correct.
The same thing when you do it in Excel. See the beauty. Don't do anything. Again, watch my screen. When you do the same job in Excel, what Excel does, Excel will be taking the help of a formula called match. So what match formula does, it asks for lookup value. If you remember, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, what they are asking, lookup value only. Do you agree?
Yes.
So lookup value is the same May month, comma. This is asking me lookup array. If you remember VLOOKUP, what it was asking?
Lookup array.
No. If you remember VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP formula, what was the second input? It was
Table,
asking
table,
table, table
table.
array, right?
Table array.
Table array. So there is a difference. There is a difference. Try to understand. This is very, very important. So whenever any formula in Excel is asking for table array or array is nothing but the combination of your rows and columns. If your formula is asking for lookup array, it can be a complete column or a complete row. It cannot be both. So in our case, our lookup array where to search in a complete column. Okay, so this is a very thin line you need to understand, people. Come on. What kind of match we have been following so far for VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, if you see, always go for exact match. So match formula also, we have an exact match over here. And the moment we are done with this, now formula is ready. and it gives me the same answer. So what we did it manually, the same thing Excel does over here for us. So what match formula does for us, let's have a discussion. Taking the cell value as an input finds out the cell location or cell position as the answer. Now, if I change May to September, what will be my answer? Yes, people, if I change May to
Nine.
September, 9.
Nine.
If I go for December,
12.
if I go for Feb,
2.
and if I go for May, it gives me 5. So this is called basically our match formula. So please give it a try and confirm your match concept is clear.
It's clear.
Right. So now just focus with one thing. Like a layman, no need to have some extraordinary thought process. See, column formula, what it does, it gives you a number. Do you agree? Column formula, it returns the answer in number. Do you agree?
Correct.
Match formula returns the answer in number also. So what column does, match also does the same. Output, if you look at, both are returning only numbers. But where to use column formula? When the data is in sequence or data is in series, data is in chronological order. If your data is not in order, we have to use match. This much is clear.
Yes.
So now our formula will remain as it is. We look up with column combination, whatever we had applied the same. But in place of column, we'll be using the match formula. That is the only change. Okay, so let's start working with it. Just see. So here, let me take you through the formula. Is equal to VLOOKUP. Why VLOOKUP? I told you, since our data is in vertical format, the master data. So when I take the table, our lookup value, this is there, and I should make it column log. Reason? I have to make my formula ready in such a way, even though there is a need, I can simply drag it if I got multiple IDs to results to be populated. Comma. Then it asks me table array. I told you what is the meaning by table array? The combination of complete rows and columns. So where is the master data? The entire data set. And this should not move down or move right. We should lock it. Hope this is clear.
Yes.
Now, next is column index number. So here is the problem statement. We need 3, 5, 2, 4. Pretty clear. But since this is not in series, since it is not in a chronological order, we have used a match formula over there earlier, which returns the answer in number. But match formula, when I starts with, give your entire focus to match. Forget about VLOOKUP. What it demands me? Lookup value. Now you tell me, what is our lookup value?
G11.
Department.
G11.
Lookup value is employee ID. Lookup value is employee ID technically. But that
Yes.
is already given
Employed.
to VLOOKUP. That is
Okay,
already given
H10.
to VLOOKUP.
H10.
Right,
H10.
right. So employee ID is technically our lookup value, but that is already given to VLOOKUP. So technically we have nothing, but we have something to give it as a lookup value. What is that? Taking the department column header, can we go and check the lookup array in the master data? Where is our headers are designed? In the first row item. So I told you lookup array is nothing but a complete column or complete row. So complete row we have to take because all our headers, if you look at department, salary, name and everything in the master data, it is arranged in the first row. Now this array should not move down or move right. So what I'm supposed to do? I should lock it. You can look at my formula bar. Okay. Now comma, match formula, how it ends up with. It shows me match type should be exact match, 0. Now this match formula, like taking department and searching over here in this array, how many cells are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So department is in third position. So match formula will return the answer as 3. Let's go and check it out whether match formula is it returning the answer 3 for us? Yes. So is it the same number we were expecting the moment we started the discussion? Right? So this is what our match formula will return a number, and that number becomes my column index number for VLOOKUP. Now, comma. We are not writing match formula individually, we are writing inside VLOOKUP. So VLOOKUP, how it ends up with, we know, with exact match, bracket close. Formula is ready, only for a cell, need to apply for rest, control, enter. Our problem starts. It is throwing error. Why? Yes, people? Why the formula is giving error?
Need to check employee code. It is correct in order.
Right. So sometimes people, you will be facing this kind of situation. Though your formula is absolutely correct or 100% right, still you will not be getting the answer. So don't be panic. Just keep yourself calm and look back once your input the data source. So employee ID, is there any problem in my employee ID? Let's go and check it out. So if you look at our employee ID, how many characters in that cell it is available, it seems? ID hyphen 005, total 6, isn't it? So if
Yes.
you go for len formula, it shows me how many characters? 7. So what does it mean? That there is a unwanted character. Don't be so judgmental, immediately come to a conclusion that there is a space. No, it looks like a space, may not be a space. You never know. So there is a unwanted character over here. Now we come to know. But if I need to remove the same, how will I remove? So let's start working. If at all it is a space, to remove the same, we have got an inbuilt formula in Excel naming called trim. So I have used trim over here. Now I'll check. Is it having the same 7 characters again? No, now it becomes 6. So this is how we have understood that now there is an extra space over here because our trim function is working and it is removing that extra space out of the cell. This entire thing we are clear. Len formula calculates the number of characters available in a cell. Trim formula helps in removing the unwanted spaces from a cell. Okay. But now you can ask me a question, Prabhas, do I need to clean my data separately? Then I should apply the formula? No. This is just for the understanding. So whenever you believe your data comes always with some this kind of extra spaces or characters over here like this, you need to make your formula efficient enough in such a way. Even though the data is not cleaned, you should first clean the data, and that cleaned output should be used as an input for your VLOOKUP formula. Now, if you look at our formula, which element is uncleaned we discussed?
ID
What is that cell reference?
or G11.
$G11. So that entire thing I should retain within trim formula. Job is done. So even though the data is not cleaned, I don't bother about it. My formula is efficient enough to do the job for me. Formula is rectified only with one cell, need to apply for rest. Control enter. See the beauty? Even though the data is not cleaned, we still get our answer. So this will have people very, very helpful. This formula called VLOOKUP with match. So whenever you are looking for something vertical and horizontal as well, you can always take the combination by using VLOOKUP with match combination. So this will be one of the best formula to pull out the information while designing the dashboard, template, summary reports. So please try this and let me know, is there any challenge?
So I completed. I've heard this match function works with only index. We are using here with the lookup.
That's what those people who have told you, they themselves are not clear with the concept. That's the reason why they are just what they have learned, they are telling to you. So I told you individually what match does. Match always gives a answer as a number. So it is whenever there is a requirement of a number, you can combine with either VLOOKUP or HLOOKUP, or you can go for index. So index function also needs a number only.
Got it.
All right, so everybody is getting the answer. Anybody is still struggling or anything not clear? So this is just not one-time job, people. You have to take the live data and keep practicing with these concepts. But you have to make your concept clear. What match does, why you have used match instead of column formula, and when you combine with VLOOKUP, what it does, what it gives me the result. All this concept has to be clear in this.
So what happens when we have around 50 to 60 columns when we are
Let it
using
be.
match function?
Let it be because we are not dealing with the numbers. No, we are dealing with the headers. So if your headers is there as it is, DEPT department, here also there DEPT department. So it will
Mm.
automatically pick up the value.
Okay.
Sir, is it not advisable that wherever we are dealing with headers, always use match formula only? Why to go for column or any mathematical formula?
See, I told you, column formula is nothing but if your data is in same sequence, same series, or same order.
Yes,
If
so wherever column data can do its work, match will also do its work.
it will work, but match will be a bit lengthy. The character itself, it seems complete. See, column, how many characters? COLUMN, bracket open, bracket close. But your match, so much concepts you are adding it over here. So character length is more. Formula length will be also more. File size will be heavy. There is a difference.
Yes.
So, sir, trim only trims the text, this thing, not the numbers or anything, right?
No, no, no. Trims always remove the unwanted spaces from
Whether
the
it is
cell.
text or number.
Space is always a text only, na?
Hmm. But suppose if you
Space,
have number and the space between numbers,
it will also
like,
remove that. It will also remove. You just see the
okay,
moment we go for it. See, take an
like
example.
a SAP ID, for example, SAP ID.
I have got Excel over here. I have got some space. And here, 1, 2, space, 4, 5. So this is what? Though it is a numerical value, but it is already in text mode. Can you see the green color flag symbol?
Yes.
Yeah. So it doesn't worry about it, though it is a alphabets or numeric or alphanumeric, whatever the respective data type, when you go for the formula. Now, if I go for len, what happens? It gives me the number of cells or characters available. So same thing if you go for it is 6. Now, if I go and clean them with trim formula, okay, it is clean now. Now, the same formula when I go for equal to len and I take this over here, this gives me the exact number of characters
Yes.
available over here. Now, same thing when I go for over here, this is it removing. So 1 to space, why it is taking that space? Because it seems these are two different words. So ideally two different words is being separated by one space. That's why it is applying over here. But 6, if you see there was unwanted extra space, whatever it had, that has been removed. Okay.
So now if I again use trim, will this also space go between 12 and
No,
45?
no, no,
No, it will remain the
no.
same. Okay.
Because the data is
It
in
will
text
always
format.
treat it as a, okay,
Yes.
okay.
All right. So
Sir, I have
this
not used trim. Still, I mean, the answer is coming.
you have not used trim. So go to that first, your employee ID, check it out, how many characters available by using the len formula.
It is giving 9.
Employee IDs of 9 characters.
Yes.
Please share your screen. Let me have a look. Mhm. Keep the cursor over there in 9. G11. G11 is this. Okay, go to the formula, department answer, warehouse formula. Hmm. What you have done, you have not closed VLOOKUP formula. You have just closed the match formula. That's why it is appearing. For this case, it is appearing, but it will not work all the time. So you should close match, then comma, then close VLOOKUP formula as well. See, match from after match formula, after match close bracket, after match close bracket, match where it is over. When 0 is given, 0 is given. That is what close of your match.
Okay.
Then you are working with VLOOKUP. Inside VLOOKUP, you are writing match formula. So again, comma, and give 0. Then enter. Now you see. Now when you drag it, drag the formula, you'll be getting error only because you did not follow that exact formula. So for the timing, it was working because it was luckily matching with that records. But technically, it will not work all the time. So you have to go for G11, the cell making as column lock, G11 in VLOOKUP formula, G11 making as column lock only, not the row lock, only column lock. Before row number, dollar symbol you remove. Before row number, dollar symbol you remove. Now that entire dollar $G11, put it inside trim. And after 11, close bracket. After 11, no, don't define equal to. Don't define equal to. Trim से पहले equal नहीं रहना चाहिए. Yes. Now control enter.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Fine then. So I believe everybody has got the answer, people. This we look up with combination of match formula, very powerful. So taking the live data, keep practicing, and if it is not working, do let me know. I would definitely help you out. Okay. Now, so with this, people will go for a short break. In my system, it is 4:25. So we'll take a short break of 15 minutes and we'll be catching up again 4:40. Okay. So have a Chris can come back soon. We'll discuss the rest of the formulas and we'll go for charts and graphs after that. Fine. So I'll be mute. I'll be back by 4:40 p.m. All right, people. So I believe people is back. Could you please respond in the chat box? All right. So now we're going to discuss the next worksheet, naming called nested if. So we are going to discuss some logical formulas of Excel, and while designing the templates and again the summary report, while making some kind of decision tools over there, how to make use of this if logical formula we are going to discuss. See, we have a score over here, and we need to check if the person scores more than 50 or greater than 50, result should be pass, else fail. So to define such kind of condition and get the output over here, we need to depend upon a formula. If taking the score, this demands me logical test. So taking the score, we need to check, is it greater than 50, comma. Now, when you do a test, there might be a success, there is a failure also. We have already discussed in day one, if you remember, a small formula. Then value if true, we have to follow the same rhythm. If this is true, result should be pass. Pass is our own text, so we must define within two double inverted quotes. Now, if the result is a failure, so if the person is not passed, what is the ultimate answer? Fail. So fail is our own text, we should write within two double inverted quotes. Now, formula is ready. If you go back to the score and change something, say less than 50, something, so 35, answer is fail. If I go and change something more than 50, so 65, answer is pass. What if I define 50? What should be the answer if I go and define 50? Yes, people?
It's not clear.
Fail, fail.
Yes. So answer is fail. See, Excel doesn't understand the emotion. What you have given exactly based on the result is showing. So we have asked to check whether this value is greater than 50. So 50 is not greater than 50, of course. That's why the answer is fail. But we can't be so rude enough to the person who scored 50 to declare him fail. So what we should do to make this logic clear, we should go for greater than equal to. So 50 or greater than 50, something you want to customize, you have to go and define in this format. And the moment you hit enter, even though the person scores 50 or more than that or greater than that, it will be resulted as pass. So this is how we can write a condition. Hope this is clear what we did. Right? Simply formula. Any difficulties in understanding? All right. Now let us go for the next question. Let me put the scenario over here. Just say, suppose say there are two new people have joined in my department, naming A and B. My boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you conduct a test for them? I did that and I found the score of A is 50, B has scored 90. I'm just checking the score. Immediately my boss came and passed a statement that score of A is greater than score of B. So he passed a statement that saying A has scored more than B. Just check the scores. Is it a true statement? Score of A 50, is it greater than 90? Is it true? Simple. It's false. But if I tell in front of his face, sir, whatever the statement you are passing is a false statement, it may hurt his ego. I don't want to take that risk. So what I want, Excel should test and show the result, whether my statement of my boss is true statement or it's a false statement, Excel should store the result. So how to get it done? Again, a simple if formula. Taking the score of A over here greater than score of B. This is the statement we need to check. This is the logical test, comma. What it demands me? Value if true. If this is true, then the statement, whatever he has passed, it's a true statement. If the statement is not true, value if false, so definitely a false statement. So this is how, again, to check a statement, we have to write or depend upon a simple if formula. Nothing new. But this is what the problem area. If you remember, in day one itself, I told you in any Excel file, the more the if formula, file size will be more. Today also I discussed and told you in VLOOKUP with approximate match case also, right? So in this case, though this is our expert suggest us to do the job like this, but Excel never recommends and we should not go for it. So how to make it then? Just see. A simple if formula, we can state it with a operator. How? Taking the value of A greater than score of B. That's it. A simple operator will be acting like a if formula. Now see, this also results as false. Now you tell me, being an audience, if you look at your formula, which one you prefer to see? Option A or option B?
B.
Definitely. So this is how you have to always remember that how to keep my formula length minimum, because the more the length of the formula, the time of execution will be more and the processing time also will be more. So this is how we have understood how to write a simple if statement or simple logical statement by using if formula. We got it clear. So any doubts so far in question 1 and 2, whatever we discussed? All clear? Can I take that?
Yes.
Right. Now coming to the question number 3, we have got a score. We need to check if the person scores less than 25, result should be fail. If he has scored more than 25 but less than 50, result should be grade C. If he has scored more than 50 but less than 75, grade should be B. If he has scored more than 75, grade should be A. So, taking the score, we need to declare the result. Now, if you look at the score, just manually check and let me know what should be the answer. Should be grade A,
A.
right? But how to get that? That is the question. So here, always people struggle. They spend their time a lot. They do a lot of trial and error. And finally, there is a chance of getting success or failure also again. So why people struggle over here in this kind of situation? These things are very clear for everyone. But when this come across this kind of scenario, they struggle. The reason is they are not following the right approach. I'll tell you a very simple way. See, if this kind of situations are there, people, first look at your condition statement, problem statement. How many conditions are there?
Four.
So, as such, just think like a layman. If I need to write four condition, then I have to depend upon four if formulas if I'm writing in four different cells. But our situation is we need to write all these four conditions in one cell. So what you have to do is first make a count of all the conditions, that is 4 minus 1 means total 3 if formulas we must write. This is what our first step. How many statements you need to write is total number of condition minus 1. So total 3 statements we need to write. And whenever you write all these 3 statements in one cell, you have to follow a rule. The rule says you need to follow a logical flow of conditions. What is the meaning by logical flow? There should be an order called ascending or descending. Means you can start with fail, end up with grade A, or you can start with grade A, end up with fail. Choice is yours. But there should be a logical flow. So having said this, if I need to answer this, just see, I'll go for is equal to if. What's my statement first? Okay. What it demands me, the logical test. If I look at over here, I have to take the score, no doubt, less than 25. If this is true, formula is demanding. If value, if true, what should be the answer? Yes, tell me.
Fail.
Well, we did it. Now, what is the next thing it is asking? Value if false. If the person is not failed, what is the ultimate answer?
Greater than 25.
No, no.
Pass.
If
Pass.
the formula is showing not
Pass.
fail. Suppose say formula
Pass.
is showing that so if the person is not fail, we know ultimate answer is pass. But we can't write within two double inverted quotes and pass. Our problem starts there. If the person is passed, which bucket, which grading system it is going to fall? So after fail, what is the next possible grade? Grade C. Grade C purpose, what's the condition? Should be more than 25, but limitations less than 50. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes.
For that, we need to write one more if formula. We should not close the condition. We should write one more if formula. So this is called nested if formula. Okay. Now again, taking the score that is in B10 cell. And here people commits a mistake. They go for greater than 25 to define the next condition. This is the place where you are confusing Excel. As I told you, when you follow a logic of less than 25, taking the maximum limit. Similarly, if you want to go for next grade, you should go for less than 50. That makes a condition more than 25, but less than 50. If this is true, what should be the answer? Grade C. Do you agree? Yes? Is it clear what I'm writing?
Yes.
Come on. Now what it demands, value if false. So if the person is not in grade C, I don't know, maybe. What's the next possible grade? Maybe grade B, right? So grade B purpose, what's the condition? More than 50, but less than
Less than
75.
75.
So we should go for if again and taking our cell reference B10 less than 75, taking the maximum limit. If this is true, grade B. Now, again it asks me what value if false. So suppose say the person is not fail, he's not falling in the grade C, he neither falls in grade B. If none of these conditions are true, what is the ultimate answer?
A.
A.
So within two double inverted quotes, we should write A. No further our if formulas. Now just see how many if formulas we have written. One, two, three. So as we discussed, total number of condition minus one, three if formulas we have written. But all these three if formulas are open. So ideally, we need to close the functions, right? So how many close brackets?
3.
We did it. So this is called our nested formulas. So whenever you have to write this kind of statements, people, you have to follow this kind of approach, as I said. So give it a try and check it's working. All right, so I believe it's working. Any questions?
I wanted to understand, so there are four conditions, but we have used three conditions in the if formula.
Mm-hmm.
So the fourth one that we have not taken is the A one, right?
Yeah, because if last three conditions are not satisfied, the ultimate answer is the fourth one answer, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's why we have taken. Seems a bit confusing, complex. Would like to know your opinion.
It's simple but lengthy. It's
Simple but lengthy. Okay. Right. Any other opinion about this kind of formulas? So lengthy it would be because the number of conditions are more, we can't help with that. But yes, if you are not happy, we have a solution.
So it's never this less. Many conditions are always like six or seven, maybe. It's never this less. So that means that so many conditions we have to keep on writing.
Right. So are you comfortable writing such kind of lengthy if statements?
A lot of mistakes.
Do. So options, as I told you, always go for this kind of VLOOKUP with approximate match. So when you are dealing with the numbers again, they're falling in a range. So you have a solution, VLOOKUP with approximate match. That's what we learned, right? So immediate application. Now, you can ask me a question in return. Prabhas, okay, if we are in numbers, we are calculating the results in falling in a range, we can go for VLOOKUP with approximate match. What if I'm dealing with the text like good, bad, excellent, or poor, average, or if it is something like text related, something you are dealing with, then in that case, how to deal with? I have to write a formula? Of course, yes. But to make your job easy, I'll do one thing. Just look at my screen and check in your screen. Do you see a formula called IFS, IFS? Is it there? This formula is available only if you are there in 2019, 2021, 365, 2016 doubtful. Some versions of 2016 only it is there. Check it out. Are you have,
No, no.
well, do you have this IFS? Okay. Those who are not having, you can watch my screen tomorrow. If you get a chance to upgrade your system, you can make use of that. But I guess Kumar Velu, he has got 365, he must be having. And Samir, I'm doubtful. Samir, do you have that?
no.
Okay.
Office laptop.
Anyway, yeah, so anyway, those who are having, please work along with me. Those who do not have this formula displayed on the screen, please watch my screen how this logic works. So instead of writing multiple if statements, one formula alone is enough. That is called IFS. How? It is asking me logical test one. So taking the score less than 25, if I go for it, results should be fair. Got it. Now see, it is no more asking the logical test over here value if false. It is directly asking logical test 2. This is what the beauty. So what is the next logic to be checked? Taking the score less than 50. If it is true, grade C, comma. Then again, next logic to check. Taking the score less than 75. If it is true, grade D, comma. Then what is the next one? Logical test 4. Next logic to check. What is the next logic? Here again, you can directly give A. So A purpose, what's the logic also that needs to be checked. Taking the score, if it is greater than equal to, this is the place where people commit a mistake. Because what if somebody scores 75? That also needs to be defined. So greater than equal to 75. Then A. Now, how many formula? Only one. Now you see, same answer. So if you work with the higher versions of Microsoft Excel, your job will be easy. Now you see which one is easy to understand, the first one or the second one? Result we got the same.
Second one, yeah, second one is better.
Yeah. Second one is better, easy to understand, and in fact, second one is going to occupy bit lesser space compared to the previous formula, whatever the multiple if you have written. So this is how explore your formulas. And if you got the chance to work with Microsoft 365 people, really you are blessed enough. There are a lot many formulas introduced over there which you never had in the earlier versions. All right, so I believe this is clear. Question number 3 solution. Any doubt, any queries, anybody?
Sir, can we do this if formula with that absolute this thing approximate, sorry, approximate if we look up approximate we look up this thing?
You try that. You
Try
try
that.
that. I gave you the concepts. You try that. If it is not happening, you drop me a message or mail, or in the group also you drop a message. I will help you out.
Sure, sir, sure.
Okay. Take it as a homework. That's a good thing.
Hmm.
Now, coming to our next. So over here, people, we are going to discuss about another two logical formulas of Excel, naming called and or. This will be very rarely in use, but yes, how to use this? Let's have a basic understanding. And an OR formula comes into picture whenever you want to check more than one condition. If all the conditions are satisfied, then only the answer will be true if you are operating with AND formula. I repeat, AND formula will give the answer as true only if all the conditions are true. What if the OR formula if I'm using? If you are using OR formula, any condition if it is true, answer will be returned as true. So it will be more clear when you go for a small example. Let's start working with it. Is equal to and open bracket. Now this demands me logical one. So taking the second question's score of A, type as it is. Is it greater than 30? Just type as it is, we'll discuss. Don't worry. Comma. Logical 2, taking the score of B less than 60. Bracket close and hold on. Just type as it is and hold on. Okay. Score of A 50. Is it greater than 30? Is it greater than 30? What is the answer? Yes, no.
Yes, yes, greater than 30.
So answer is technically true. In Excel language, answer is technically true. Score of B 90. Is it less than 60?
No, greater than 60.
No, no. Is it is it less than 60? My question. Yes or no? So score of B, whether is it less than 60? Yes or no?
No,
No.
Greater than
No,
60.
no, no, no. What is there? I am not asking. The statement you check. It's a true statement or it's a false statement?
False.
False statement. So first condition is true, second condition is false. We are operating with and I told you for and purpose all the conditions are to be satisfied. Since one condition is not satisfied, what should be the answer?
False.
We got it. So this is what basically your and formula. So and formula purpose, all the conditions are to be satisfied. If any condition is not satisfied, answer will be false. Check. Hope this is clear. What is and formula? Now, let's go for our OR formula. Same logic we are going to check, but with our OR formula. So in place of and, just use OR and take a look. Score of A, 50. Is it greater than 30? Yes, no?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So our first condition is satisfied. Now, Excel is not going to bother about checking the rest of conditions. Since first condition itself is satisfied, and our formula how it works, if any condition is satisfied, what should be the answer? True.
True.
So we got the answer. So this is what your OR formula. Okay. So these are the logical formulas mostly we work in our routine activities, people. So I gave you the entire gist of that. Any difficulties in understanding anything, do let me know before proceeding further.
If can be used with or and and.
Sorry?
If can be used with or and and.
Yes, that is what it has been designed. Individually, they are not playing any role. You have to always combine with if, with and, or if, with or, depending upon the need. Here, shall we go for the next? Now, the sheet name we are going to work with, people, is called sum and count. So we are going to discuss some more dashboard related formulas or aggregate functions, which will be technically helpful in creating or designing the dashboard. So let's go and discuss about it. So we have a 5 columns data over here about the employees, like name, date of training, name of the employees, division they belong to, salary they draw, and the training expenses incurred upon those employees. Okay. Now, taking all these 5 columns into reference, we need to answer all these 6 questions. So how to do that? Let's start working with first one. Count occurrence of division HFD. So which column you have to deal with?
The division call.
Division.
Right. So in division column, how many times HFD is there? We have to make a count and we have to state the result. So that is called nothing but a criteria based counting. So whenever you have a criteria based counting to be done, we have a ready-made formula naming called count if, and see what it demands range. So as we discussed, which range we have to deal with, the division column. Then what it demands me, criteria. What's our criteria? HFD. How to define? Within two double inverted quotes, HFD. That's it. You'll be getting the answer. There are 28 cases. Just see. Are you getting the same answer? Now, question number 2. Count salary less than 1,50,000 USD. So which column we have to deal with?
Column D.
Salary.
Salary. So in salary column, we have to check wherever it is less than 1,50,000 cases are there. How many times it is there? We need to make a count. Again, criteria based counting. So count if we know range is the salary column. We have to give it. Then criteria. What's our criteria? Less than 1,50,000. But how to define it? So here there is a catch. Whenever you have a condition based criteria like less than, greater than, less than equal to, greater than equal to, not equal to, all this kind of conditions, if it is there, you must define within two double inverted quotes the condition like this and bracket close. This will be giving you the result. So there are 51 cases we have got, less than 1,50,000 cases. Just check it out. All right. So now, once we have done with this, go for question number three. Some salary for division RAD. So which column we have to deal with, people?
Division.
Salary and division.
So
No,
what should be the
salary.
order?
Salary.
No. First is the division, then we have to operate with salary. Follow the rhythm. So here, what we need to do, in the division column, we need to check first wherever RAD is there, then corresponding salary, we have to make a total. So basically criteria based sum to be done. So we should go for equal to sum if. What it demands me, range. I told you which column you have to deal first.
Division.
Division.
Right. So we have to start with division to select. Then what it demands me, criteria. What's our criteria? RAD. How to define within two double inverted quotes. Then which range we need to apply some formula. Which column you have to deal later?
D. Salary.
Salary. So this is the rhythm. As we discussed, we followed and we got the answer 90,64,787. So this is how people, whenever there is a need to you to need to do the criteria based sum to be done at any point of time, you can go for the formula sum if. Check it out. Any difficulties in understanding, do let me know. All right. So now we'll go for our question number four. Some salary above 2 lakh US dollar. Which column we have to deal with?
Salary. D.
What we need to do? Criteria based sum. So sum if we know range is the salary column pretty well. Then what is that we have is the criteria. As I told you, criteria how to define above 2 lakhs within two double inverted quotes. 2 lakhs we need to define it. Now here, next it is asking sum range. Which range you will be applying the sum formula?
Same.
Just be- Same
Same.
salary
Salary.
only? Same salary only?
Yeah.
So since our range and sum range is the same, we no need to go and define the salary range one more time and extend our formula and making our formula size more. We can complete our formula with criteria itself. And the moment you hit enter, this is going to give you the result. 1 crore 32 lakhs 63,214. So this is called again, one more technique you have to always remember to keep your formula length minimum. And that is called again criteria based sum. Hope this is working.
Yes.
Right. Now we'll go for our next question, question number 5. It asks some salary for more than 50,000 USD, but less than 1,50,000 USD. Wherever it is there, we need to make a total. So basically, we have to do a criteria based sum, no doubt. But our criteria is more than one. So whenever you have a multiple criteria based sum to be done, sum if is not going to help us. We have a beautiful formula naming called sum ifs. Again, very powerful, but bit peculiar. So you have to be very alert while writing such kind of formulas, people. So let's go and fill one by one. Sum range, it demands me. Now you tell me which range will be applying the sum formula
Salary.
in the salary column. Okay. Now what's next? Criteria range 1. So what I'm supposed to define there?
Open bracket more than 50,000.
Oh, less than open
Not greater
brackets,
than
less
50,000.
than 50,000, close bracket. I mean, within quotes.
Okay. As I told you, this is very powerful here. People commits a mistake this place only. See, you believe immediately that I should go for more than 50,000. See, that is your one of your criteria. One of your criteria. That's called criteria 1. So here it is asking criteria range 1. Now, if you go and define over here that, then after criteria range 1, just see my formula what it is asking.
Criteria 1.
So what I'm supposed to define there then? So what you have understood, whatever your first criteria, in which range you are going to search?
The same salary.
Absolutely. So that is what you have to be careful while defining. So now criteria range 1, same salary we have given. Now criteria 1. Now you tell me as per the question, what is the first criteria?
Greater than
Greater than 50,000? We should define within two double inverted quotes. We know that, right? Now it is asking criteria range 2. So less than 1,50,000, where to search?
same same
Same
salary.
salary only? Right. So we should go for over here, D4 to D94, same column over here. And then criteria 2, within double inverted quotes, less than 1,50,000. So this is how, whenever you have multiple criteria based sum to be done, if you are defining sum, ifs is going to help you. Give it a try and check it's working. So I believe everyone is clear with our count if, sum ifs. So please find the answer for question number 6. 2 minutes time you have. And once you find the answer, do let me know.
So I'm getting 0 for the earlier one.
Can it be 0? Okay, how much the answer is supposed to be? Forget about the calculation. I'm just asking if I need to answer this question number 6, what should be my answer? So what I can do, I can go to my entire data, I can apply filter, then I need to go to the date column. I should go for date filters between. So when I go to the between 1st August 2019, so 1st August 2019, then before 31st Jan 2020, so 31st Jan 2020. And when I go for it, this is what the training expenses. How much? If you look at 84,284. Answer is supposed to be 84,284. All right. It can't be 0. This is what I have given you the clue. 84,284. Answer. I gave you. How to get that? Yes, people, any luck?
Eight one seven two nine ten.
84,284. All right, so I'm sharing the formula on the screen. Check it out. What is the mistake you have committed? Nothing new. What you have learned, the same thing only I am operating and populating over here. Just check it out. Anything is not clear? Please ask.
Greater than or equal to. I missed that equal to sign.
Well, good. So you know now why you need to put equal to, because whatever the training happened on 1st August also, you need to logically include that. You should not eliminate it. And similarly, whatever the training happened on 31st Jan also, you need to include. You can't eliminate it. So as I told you, this kind of formulas will be very, very helpful while designing your dashboards and all people. So taking the live data, keep practicing about all these formulas, and you can always make your things better. So can I take that everybody's clear with this sum and count, whatever the formulas we discussed? All right, so kindly save all your workbooks, people, and close it. So now the next topic we are going to discuss about our charts and graphs. So go to our sample case studies folder. There is a file called chart text. Kindly open. And the first sheet you will be landing on with your cover page. Go to the next one, naming called quick chart. So here now we are going to discuss when you have the data in place, how to present it with a beautiful visual along with the storytelling format, and how to take the right call upon the chart over there and presenting it effectively. Komarvali, could you please keep your mic on mute? It's a lot of wind noises over here.
So which
Right.
one are
Okay.
we taking? Which
Uh,
chart
chart
taker?
text. Yeah, chart text, the file name. Yeah, thank you. All right. So kindly go to the sheet name called quick chart. Okay. Here you can see we have got some product wise, some revenue details are there. Now, suppose say we are selling these products to our customers. So this is one FMCG data I have taken over here. Assume that we are the partner or associated employee of the organizations called Wickfield, who are into food products manufacturing. And this is what my boss asked me, Prabhas, get me the entire revenue report. So whatever the product wise, month wise Excel sheets I had prepared, everything I have opened, collated, consolidated. This is the final summary I have made it. My boss is not happy watching the same. He's telling Prabhas, why don't you present your data in a beautiful visuals? Well, so if I want to present my data in a visual, we have already discussed in our day two, we have got a lot of visual styles like our data bars, spark lines, icon sets, and the people graph icon and the add-in. I told you everything, but there was a limitations. It was working just like a visuals. We can't add the legends, access titles, we can't do work with the scalings. All these options were challenging over there. So to overcome that, we need to present our data in the format of a charts and graphs. So ideally to plot a graph from any data set over here, we should go for a simple keyboard shortcut. Select your data, go for Alt F1. So when you go for Alt F1, could you see with immediate effect one chart is ready-made available? Kindly confirm a keyboard shortcut is working for you. Alt F1. If it is not your direct key, function Alt F1. Okay. And here, the moment I present my data in this format, my boss is telling me, Prabhas, chart is okay, but it is not looking so great. Why? Because the chart is populating in the same place where the data is located. It's not so bigger in size, it's not neat and clean, it's not presentable. Why don't you do something with the chart in such a way whenever I go and present it in the meeting, people should say, wow, what a beautiful chart. There should not be any data, only the chart should be visible, should be look neat and clean and presentable. If that is the need, how to present it? Select your data, people, one more time, and on your keyboard, just press the key alone called F11 only. If it is not your direct key, go for function with F11 and see the beauty. What happens now? You'll be getting a beautiful chart populated immediately. A exclusive chart sheet will be generated in your same Excel file. Having the chart in place, neat and clean, presentable, bigger in size, no data, only the chart in place. So this is how we have understood. If you want to plot a graph out of this any sort of data, Alt F1 to plot the graph in the same worksheet, F11 to create a separate exclusive chart graph over there. Hope both the shortcuts are working. Any doubt, any queries? Right. Now let us go to our quick chart. Data is there, of course. Kindly take the chart towards your right. And now the question is how to make this chart presentation better. What you can do is once you have the chart in place, I told you something in our day three in the pivot chart case. What is the first thing we should do? Anybody can recall? When you have chart in place, what is the first thing you should do?
Select
Remove grid line.
Remove the grid
remove
line.
line.
No, always
Chart,
follow. the rhythm.
Select last chart
Very good.
design.
Right. So going to design and take the last style. This is the first thing. This is the first thing. Follow the same rhythm. So when you go for the last style, I told you the reason why we have to opt the last one, because it will be giving you a glossy impact or shadow impact or embossing effect. You can see the difference earlier, how the chart was, now what is the state it is. Then step two, selecting chart, going to the plus symbol and remove the grid lines. These are the minimum formattings you must do whenever you plot a graph in Excel. All right, so I believe everybody has got the similar structure. Now,
Yes.
once we have done with this, my boss is telling Prabhas, all these products are seeming identical. Why don't you differentiate the products with some different colors? So if this is the demand, kind of a stupid demand, but yes, people are sometimes demanding like this. But what to do since boss is demanding? No need to waste your time, just see the beauty. Take your mouse pointer to any of the column inside the chart area and right click upon that. And then you have an option called Format Data Series. And when you go to Format Data Series, a dialog box appears where you could see the first icon deals with fill and line. Click on that. Inside fill will be there. Click fill. You have an option you can notice called Vary Colors by Point. The checkbox is not enabled. Kindly enable that. And immediately you will be finding the beautiful colorful chart application is going to happen inside the chart area. So no need to go and waste your time by coloring each and every column in a different color. You can have multiple color effect over here. All right. So right click on any of the column over here, any of the column, right click, format data series, first icon, within that fill, vary colors by point. I believe everybody is getting the same.
Yes.
Yeah. Close this window. This job is done. Now, when I got this kind of chart, people, audience will not be happy. Why? This is an outdated version of your chart. There was a time when people used to appreciate this, but nowadays people don't like this. So now the question is how to make some improvements on this. So whenever you have the chart in place, people, first thing you have to go for is how to make it informative. Right click on any of the column inside the chart area. You have an option add data labels. And when you go for it, you can notice immediately each and every product wise the column, whatever it is appearing in the top, the respective values will be embedded. So select one of the data label. All the data labels should be selected. Make it bold and little bit, if you wish, you can increase the font size. How to increase the font size? Control Shift greater than symbol. Control Shift or more than symbol or greater than symbol you have in the keyboard. If you press together, it will help you to increase the font size by 1 or 2 points. Don't make it extraordinary large. It will be looking so messy, or it will not be giving a soothing look to the eyes or pleasant look to the eyes. So make it just one or
Can you
two
just
points.
repeat the bold part?
Control B, Control B for bold.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah. Now, when you have the data labels in place, no doubt it looks so informative. But what is the latest style? It says people that if you are maintaining the data labels, there is no point of having axis scale. If you are maintaining axis scale, then there is no point of defining the data labels. But if you keep yourself in the audience shoes, which one is giving the instant information? The axis scale or the data labels? Which one? Obviously, the data labels, isn't it? So what is the treatment we should do with the axis scale? Nothing. Simple select and press the delete button. Gone. So this is what our latest style recommends. Now, coming to the chart title. Having the chart title in the center, those days have gone. Nowadays, people prefer to see the chart title in the extreme right of our chart area. If you are reading the Economic Times newspaper, or if you are visiting to the money control site, or if you see any company's financial records, results, or annual reports, you will be always be finding the chart title always on the right side. Hope all of you are getting the same setup.
Yes.
Right. Once you met these people, still it is not sufficient. As I told you in day two and day three as well, nowadays the audience is having a different level of expectation. When you present your data as it is, nobody likes it. So what they're expecting that you should present your data in such a way, it should tell a beautiful story to the people. So how to present our data in a storytelling format? Select your data, whatever you have, and go for data sorting. What is the shortcut for data sorting we learned in day two?
All yes.
Alt D S. D for data, S for sort, one by one, and sort by go for sales in USD. And the moment you go for sales in USD order, you change to largest to smallest. And when you go for largest to smallest and click OK, see a beautiful story turns up. What's the story? That from cocoa powder we got the maximum revenue, and from custard powder we got the least revenue, right? So any layman, whoever is also sitting in the audience side, he can make out what I'm trying to express over here. So this is how people from our boring data, the numbers, numerical values, or billions, millions, lakhs, crores, whatever we had, we come to know how to create a beautiful presentation in the format of a chart, how to do the minimum formatting on that, how to make it informative, how to bring the latest style, and finally, how to present in a beautiful storytelling format. We got the discussion. Any doubt, any queries so far?
You said right. Control shift increase tab, which is that is alone. It's not.
See, in your keyboard, Control, Shift, and this greater than symbol, not the arrow keys. Go for less than
Okay.
and greater than symbol.
Okay.
So greater than symbol with Control Shift to increase the font size, less than symbol to decrease the font size. The same keyboard shortcut you can use in MS Outlook, MS PowerPoint, MS Word also to increase or decrease the font size. All right, so everything is clear,
Yes.
right? So are you happy with the presentation what we have made? Yes, Samir, what's your opinion? Do you like it?
Yes, it's looking good.
Okay. Ritu, what's your opinion? Okay. Do you believe you like this, but audience will not be able to see this kind of presentation? Why? So much we did, then where the thing it has gone wrong? I'll tell you. Everything is fine, people. The place where we have committed mistake is the data series. The text is too much, and we are forcing our audience to read the data by bending their head by another 30-degree or 45-degree, which people never prefer to see this kind of presentations. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. So now the question is how to rectify this. We have the text, we don't have any other option. Text is lengthy, text is too much. So where the thing is gone wrong over here, people, is the selection of the chart depending upon the data is gone wrong. So right selection of the chart based on the data also a art which you have to develop, and that comes out of your practice and experience. So for this set of data where the text is too much or you have to give the equal amount of importance to the text, then this is not the right format of your chart. So what you can do is right now select your chart and go for Control D to make a duplicate. Select your chart and press Control D to make a duplicate. The duplicate one, you keep it in the below for your reference later. So duplicate is created, kept it below.
Yes.
Now, coming back to the original chart, whatever we had created earlier, select that, right click upon the same. You have an option called change chart type. And when you go for that, you will be finding it will take you to your entire chart family where you have a option called bar. In the left side category, you'll be finding the option called bar. And in this bar, when you select and click OK, now see the beauty. You can see a beautiful chart turns up. If you believe this is occupying a lot of space, you can reduce the width also. Chart is not going to impair. And if you want to see people can read my text, yes, people can very well read our text over here. So this is how. Now you see which one seems better for this data, option 1 or option 2.
Is the second one is more better.
Definitely anybody's choice to be. So this is how people, you have to be very selective about your charts and which one is giving an immense look or the view is better, you have to take a call. But still, it is not sufficient. Why it is not sufficient? What is the thing it has gone wrong? Still, I'll tell you. Our data, if you look at, it is having the order of largest to smallest. Whereas if you look at our chart, it is showing smallest to largest. So the data with regard to the chart, if you look at, there is no sync at all. So we have to make a proper uniform pattern of your data. As the data you are showing, the similar format chart should be available. So how to make it? I'll tell you a very beautiful option. Just select your text inside the chart area. The product details are there. Select that text. Right click upon that. We have a option format access. And when you click on this format access in the extreme bottom, it will take you to a dialog box where you could see there's an option called categories in the reverse order. Categories in the reverse order. This option checkbox is not enabled. It's a very beautiful option. Just go and check it out and see the beauty. With immediate effect, it will change the order from largest to smallest now. Is it changing? Just see. Exactly whatever the data we have in the similar fashion. Is it showing the details? Cocoa powder over here, yes. So this is how people, you have to be very careful while plotting a graph out of any sort of data in Excel, and right selection of the chart is also very, very essential. So this is the story of our quick chart. Any doubt, any queries?
I have an option 0,000, 2000. Those informations are still appearing.
Sorry, which one?
The above line between sales in USD and the chart which we prepared, there is a option where the scalar is getting placed. 0,000,
Yeah,
2000.
because you have never deleted that. That's why it is appearing. You can select and delete because we are defining the data label. There is no point of having scale. So anything you want to explore, you can go for this plus symbol, and whatever things you want, you can again restore from this. Like legend, you can go for legend. If you want to go for our data labels, data tables, trend line, anything you want, you can keep exploring. This one you can read in the practice, you can try, and whichever is giving a value additions to your data, you can go and activate it. All right, so I believe everyone is clear with our quick chart. Let's go to the next one called combo chart. This is again a very beautiful chart, people. So let us first have a basic understanding why there is a need of combo chart. What is combo chart exactly and how it is playing a really a very important role in our routine presentation. Let's have a discussion. So we have got a month-wise revenue data. Along with that, the percentage also available. So kindly select it and plot a graph. What is the shortcut? Alt F1. And once the chart is in place, I told you the first thing going to the chart design and select the last option, and then click the plus symbol and remove the grid lines. The minimum formatting first you do, then we talk the rest. So kindly confirm that you have done plotting the graph and doing the minimum changes with regard to the formatting. Now, once we have done with this over here, people, see the drawback of this kind of charts. What is happening, we have got legends. We have got legends over here called cells. It is also appearing, no doubt, in the blue color bars. There is also a legend called sales percentage, but there is no sign of that. Do you see anywhere sales percentage details is there? It is there. If you have a very close look, it is sitting in the extreme bottom phase of our data set. Small patches kind of look. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. And why this is happening like this, I'll tell you. The moment we go for our data, our sales data people, it is running in numbers. But sales percentage, it is having in percentage. So these are two different types of formatting and that cannot be combined in one axis. So this is the place where what we need to do, we need to create one more axis to the right side of our chart area. And there we'll be calling this as a secondary axis, or we call it as Z or Z axis, or in technical terms, we call it as a combo chart. Okay. And there, this sales percentage, whatever it is, we are going to represent over here in this axis. And that makes our combo chart. So now, did you get an understanding why we need to go for a combo chart and what is combo chart and how it is playing a role? Is it clear? Any doubt, any queries? Right? So now let's see how to make it. Just do one thing. Right click inside the chart area. You have an option change chart type. And when you go to change chart type over here, you will be having the entire chart family, a combo options in the extreme bottom left. Combo. And when you go to this combo option, you will be finding the sales data. It is showing clustered column. Let it be. No need to do any changes. Sales percentage data, it is showing as a line. Instead of line, go for the drop down and choose the option line with markers. Line with markers. And once you click line with markers, you will be finding there is a secondary axis checkbox is not enabled. You can enable this. And the moment you click OK, see the beauty. Immediately one chart will be going to populated over here, the line, and this is what showing your sales percentage. And people will make out by reading the legend. Blue color bars are nothing but sales in INR, and maroon color line bar is nothing but line chart is nothing but data in sales in percentage. So this is how we have understood how to create a combo chart over there in Excel. So kindly confirm all of you are clear. Any doubt, any queries in combo chart?
How to smoothening the lines, like right now it is
Yes,
sharp.
Amit?
So some graphs I've seen the lines are smooth.
Yeah, it is up to you. See the line thickness, you don't want this much. You want to go for a thin line. No problem. You can go for simply just right click on the line. Okay. That you can go for format data series over here. You have got fill and line. In that line, you see the thickness is there, compound type, all these options you can explore.
No,
So when you do
not
not
thickness,
like
like
some smooth line,
smoothing, like.
yeah, you can go and check this operation over here. You can make it over here.
Oh, yeah, 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 that's fine.
So all these options in the right click options you can go and explore. Even you can go and give the arrow type in the both the end you want to give the arrow type. Like this kind of arrow type also you can bring it over here, both end. So this is also there. I can go for it and arrow size. So this will be turning up like this. Now the cap type is round, flat, square, all these things you can keep trying. So you can give some finishing look to the data set over here. Okay. So combo chart. We believe you all are clear with the combo chart. Now, coming to the next, budget versus actuals or target versus actuals or planned versus actuals. So this is one of the most important chart type people. Every month end, quarter end, half yearly, yearly, whatever the presentations we do, we need to keep doing this in this kind of presentation. So without spending much time, How to do it on a quick note. Let's see. We have got month-wise target and actuals, whatever we have achieved, we have the data. Kindly select and plot a graph. Alt F1. Now chart is ready. The first thing first, as I told you, what you need to do, going to design, take the last tile and click the plus symbol over there and remove the grid lines.
Done, sir.
Now, once you're done with this, right click on the chart area, go for change chart type. And there you have a combo. So target data, what type of chart it is displaying on your screen? Kindly confirm.
Clustered column.
Right. So here, instead of cluster column, go for line with markers because ideally target data, it is looking good when you present it line with markers or line chart. So go for it. Then actual data, it is
So
showing
I'm
line.
get three values here: month, target, and actuals. So I have to select only two.
No, 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 no. You have to select all these three and plot a graph.
Yeah, I did.
Then do the respective changes. Going to
Yes,
design, click the last tile and remove the grid lines.
I did that.
Then right click on the chart area, change chart type,
Yeah. So when
go
I'm
to
coming to the
combo.
change chart type combo, instead
Yes.
of the series name, I'm getting month, target, and actuals.
Month, how come you get? Okay, show me the screen, please. You'll never get that. Okay. Just come out of that. Escape, please. Go for cancel. Yeah. Because you have taken extra, see, you have manually selected the data after December also you have taken a blank row item. That's why it is coming up
Oh,
like this.
okay, okay,
Yes, just delete this chart.
okay.
Now Alt F1. Now design, take the last tile. Now plus symbol, remove the grid lines. Right click on the chart area, change chart type, combo,
Yeah,
and target data. So line with markers, complete it first. Line with markers, line section fourth option. Yeah. And actual data, go for clustered column. No, no, don't go for secondary access to select anything. Actual data, go for clustered column. In the top, clustered column. Yes, first one. Yeah. And click OK. And you got a beautiful target versus actuals. All right, so I'm
good.
taking the
Thank
control back on the stream. Yep, no problem. All right, people. So I believe everybody is clear what we did. So right click on this over here, change chart type, combo, target data, line with markers, actual data, go for clustered column, the column section, first one. So with minimum efforts, we could create a beautiful target versus actual chart. Any doubt? Any queries? Now, this is the presentations people is recurring in nature. Every month and suppose say you are presenting something like this. Last time you have already presented this. People are quite happy. Now this month when you are going to present, do you think that same chart if you present people will be happy again? No. They just wish to see something different. So how to make it different? We have only options to change some data. We can't change the entire chart and make it different chart over here. So I'll tell you how to make a different flavor over here, people, is select your chart, press Ctrl D, make a duplicate. This chart, you keep it in the bottom for reference. Suppose last month I have presented something like this. Now this month, when the time has come to present it, just right click on the chart area, go for change chart type and choose the option combo. Again, target what type of chart it is showing. Line with markers for everybody. Line with markers. No need to do any changes. Go to actuals, which is showing actually clustered column. Instead, go for line with markers. And then now the moment you go and click OK, see the beauty, you'll be getting another version of your target versus actuals, budget versus actuals, or planned versus actuals. So you keep changing. Excuse me. This month you have seen something different. Next month when you're presenting, you can make it different to the people. So people happen to get something new or different and they will be happy watching your presentation. So without wasting much time, how to create a beautiful chart, we have got a basic understanding. Any doubt, any queries in budget versus actuals? Everybody's getting the same flavor,
Yes.
right? Now let's go to our next most important chart type is called waterfall. So let me first give you some background story of this chart type people. This chart has come into force only if you are there in 2019, Office 365 or Office 2021. Earlier it was not there. In 2016, only some versions like enterprise versions you will be getting this. And some people name it as staircase diagram, some people call it as a bridge chart. But technically this is a waterfall chart. And where to use this? Whenever you have a combinations of your positive and negative variances, like say if I'm from HR, whatever data where I get both the things, like my attrition rate, if I talk about new joinees will be there, exit employees will be there. So definitely positive, negative. If I'm from finance, my cash flow analysis, I'm making it positive, negative will be there. If I'm from stores, material issues and material receipts are there. So definitely positive and negative is there. If I'm from sales and marketing, I have got growth and degrowth. Again, positive, negative is there. So this kind of data where you have to showcase your combination of both the variances, people, you have to use this kind of chart called waterfall. Now, another area where you can use this is whenever you have a sequential activity of a particular event, you can also go and present in this format. So let's go for this. Those who are having 2019, 20 or 2021 or Office 365, you can work with me. And those who are having 2013 or 16, and if you do not have waterfall over there, definitely you can watch my screen. So tomorrow, if you get a chance to upgrade, you can make use of that. What is that exactly? Let's go for it. Suppose say I want to launch a product. Okay. And for that, I have purchased the material of 50,000. Now the same I have brought in my planned area by spending some around 1 lakh rupees as labor cost. So at this state, if somebody asks me, Prabhas, how much you spend for that product? What I'll say, 50 plus 1 lakh, 1 lakh 50. Do you all agree? This is stage one, material procurement. Stage two, labor expenses incurred. If I need to answer to my people, I will say 50,000 plus 1 lakh, 1 lakh 50,000 I have incurred the cost. Do you all agree? Now, when I brought this in my plant area and I have processed that material, I have incurred a overhead cost of 2 lakhs. So total, how much I have incurred? 50 plus 1 lakh plus 2 lakhs. So total 3 lakh 50,000. I have incurred some expenses. But fortunately, what happens in our Indian government, when I import the raw material, my government is giving some tax benefits to me. So input credit, some cashback I have received from my government of 25,000. Now, if somebody asks me, Pravas, total expenses, how much you have incurred? So 3 lakh 50 minus 25,000 because I got a cashback. So 3 lakh 25,000 I have spent on that project. So this is my tabulated data. Now, suppose say my boss asked me, Prabhas, why don't you plot this data in a graphical format? Now, if I'm going to present this data in a graphical format, just see, is it giving any kind of story? Can you make out from this graph anything? That this is related to a project and these are the different expenses about the project we are making it. Do you see any kind of relationship between the activities. This is just showing as if I have got five different inputs and I'm plotting in a graph. But there is no relationship you could establish over here. So this is the place where it has gone wrong. So as I told you in the beginning, right selection of the chart based on the data is very, very essential. So for this setup of data, this is not the right format of your chart. So what we can do, right click on the chart area, change chart type. You could see there is an option called waterfall. Okay. So when I go for waterfall over here and click OK, can you see now the chart, whatever it turns up? Is it showing a proper relationship between one activity to other? How? Just see. Can you see the connecting lines? So that's why people call it as a bridge chart. And if you see the larger picture, it seems as if a staircase diagram. Do you agree? That's why people call it as also a staircase diagram. But technically, this is called waterfall. Okay. Now, this waterfall diagram, if I look at over here, though it is a waterfall, but this cannot be dispatched as a waterfall chart because if you look at our data set, we have got how many activities? If you look at, yes, people, anybody?
Fine.
Are you sure five activities? Total cost is
Four
not an
activities.
activity.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. Four.
Total cost is not an activity, it is the
Yeah.
summation of all the above values. So technically, we have got four activities. But in our waterfall, it is showing five activities. So total cost is also defined as a activity. That's the place where it has gone wrong. So how to make it proper? Just see. I will select my total cost. Now all these activities are selected. I will select one more time total cost. Only total cost alone is selected. Now I'll go for right click. There's an option called set as total. A very beautiful option, set as total. And see the beauty now. What happens? Now total cost is now changing the direction and it is giving a proper story. Now, if I would like to tell my people, right click, I can go for add label. So anybody, whoever is watching my data, they can make out that our material is the first stage where we have spent 50,000. Is it touching the line of 50,000? Yes. Now, labor starts only the completion of our material expenses. So that's why it is not touching to the axis. Can you see that? It starts from when the material is over. And how much we have spent? 1 lakh. Is it touching the line of 1 lakh 50? Because 50 plus 1 lakh, is it giving the cumulative value? Yes. So this is how whenever people are interested to see stage wise how much expenses we have incurred, they can look at each and every stage. If as a company CEO or MD, I want to know from this entire project how much expenses we have incurred, then he can simply look at the total cost. He no need to go and look into the entire things. Total cost itself, it is explaining. So this is how people, your waterfall diagram nowadays being more popular in the industries and how to prepare it, what to plot, we have got to know. So depending upon the data, if your data structure is adequate, you can take it and where to use. I have given you the theory over here and make use of that.
Sir, how did you put the numbers like material cost above the column? How it is showing 50,000?
Simple right click on that, add data labels will turn off. Right click on any of the activity, add data labels.
It is disabled.
No. It will be just click on this, any of the activity and right click, add data labels will come. For me is already there, so I delete all these things. See, right click, add data labels. Exactly, right click on any of the activity column. Don't click in the blank area.